Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Okay, I need to address something pretty first thing. Okay, so today I talked about yesterday that the announcement was going to go out for some concept art and stuff like that, and it went out about 10 minutes ago, something like that. And something came up, and I want to address it. Is someone was upset that I would put a request like that up and ask artists to do artwork for free. And I have to explain that a little bit. Welcome, Jadero. Sorry, I'm waiting for the sound to finish. And here's the deal: is the game we're working on is a game that we just came up with here online. It's probably, and I've said this before, it's probably a game that will never be released. We will see, but the idea was that if we came together and made something, how would we do it? Or how would I do it now? And I wish that I could give money to every single person that is working on the project or has contributed to the project. It's just we're not able to do that. If you're an artist and you see it and you can't do the work, then please don't. If it cuts into your financial situation, please do not submit anything. Please don't spend time on it. We're just literally throwing around some ideas and seeing what can happen. And if you come back during the game dev part, you'll see our game is pretty silly, and it's pretty bare bones. We're just throwing ideas out and trying to get more ideas. So if you financially cannot do any artwork for this, that's fine. You're more than welcome to still come and hang out and see what we're doing and things like that. But I'm not gonna. I do not want to have artists work for free or anybody else work for free. It's not the person I am. The best I can do right now, and I think it says in there, the best I can do right now is to make sure everybody's in the credits online here, which we'll be putting together as people add stuff. And so if you can't, please don't. If you can, you're more than welcome. I cannot guarantee anything as far as making things work or financially helping out or stuff like that. I just don't have that ability right now. So please, if you cannot, hang out, see what we're doing, and we'll go from there. So that's my public service announcement on all that. I just want to see some cool stuff. That's all, and we'll get there. Alrighty. So that being said, hey now, howdy. Hello, Flu. Literally just saw right this minute your Blizzard games are on Games Pass now. Oh, Vikings, rock and roll. Oh, cool. Blackthorn. Blackthorn's one word. Haha. And Superman. Yeah. Yeah, we just finished Superman this week. So that was cool. Yeah, if you, I need no name. If you want to try drawing, do it. I remember it's funny because in the very first WarCraft manual, one of the programmers drew a catapult and it got put in. And for some reason, I cannot remember his name. I will remember it later. I'll remember his name later. But one of the programmers actually did a piece of art for the manual, and it got in there. So yeah, always try something new. Always be doing different things. Rock and Roll Racing, yeah. Superman was probably one that I don't think we'd have the license to be able to put it up in the Game Pass, but yeah, Rock and Roll Racing should be there. Good morning, everyone. I'm working on a steampunk design idea, so this will be a great thing to practice. Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, I don't. My idea is not for you guys to not for anybody to put their financial work aside to do this stuff. It's just, we're doing a thing, for a game that, like I said, is a teaching product, not a, not for, probably not for public release, but we'll see, we'll see what it turns into. And if it turns into something, then yes, we'll go back. That's why I'll be keeping all the name. Okay. Frantic. Thank you very much for the bits. Sorry, I missed them. Those. What? Show love one. Okay, cute. Yeah. It's for fun. This is about creative. Yes, it's about creative collaboration. Okay, so let's move on here. Our shirt of the day. Today's shirt of the day is chameleon. This is an old shirt. This one made me laugh a long time ago, so I went out and got it. That is probably 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Maybe even longer than that, because I remember wearing it when I was at Blizzard. So, yeah. They come and go. Yeah. So for those of you that are new here, we do shirt of the day, movie of the day, and then we play our games like we're going to be playing WarCraft today. And then we do dad jokes, and then we go to game design. So that's basically the base schedule. I think I may have not fixed the artwork in the about, but I will get to that later today. There's my list. Okay, today's movie of the day is The Adventures of Baron von Munchausen made in 1988. An account of Baron von Munchausen. Oh wow, I can't read through that, but thank you, Panda Blockhead. Thank you very much for the follow. Doop doop doop. An account of Baron von Munchausen supported travels and fantastical experiences across late 18th century Europe. Thank you, Daxi, for the follow. Okay. Across 18th century Europe with his band of misfits. I have it. It's good. Even has an interview with I am in there. That's the funny thing about that interview is the guy called me in the UK and we did the interview. I'm talking about the one that Devil King's talking about. Is I did that interview, and when I finished the interview, I looked at the tape and realized it didn't interview the sound. So what I did was, oh, this is so stupid. I re-interviewed myself and then sent that tape to the guy. Because he didn't have time. I was embarrassed that I screwed up the sound. So I literally re-interviewed myself, and then that's the piece that was used. So that was kind of silly, but silly stuff. Welcome everybody. Let's see, we got Mr. Maroon Moon. That's a cool name. Another name down here that made me laugh was Granny Duck. It reminded me when I was young. There was a potato chip company called Granny Goose, and it was the commercials were of this guy that was a spy. He goes, "My name is Granny Goose," and it was very like 007 type stuff, but it was very cute stuff. Purple Rose, thank you very much for the follow. Okay. Okay, your joy. Is the game planned to be second or third? I'm a hobbyist. Third. Oh, it's going to be a 2D. We're right now we're just putting it together in Game Maker Studio. Satan's okay. Satan, thank you very much for the follow. Funny. Welcome to Fantasy Island. Okay, so today we're gonna play our gameplay for WarCraft. I believe we're on level 4, if I remember correctly. Which reminds me, I was going to ask you guys. We've been playing 2 games a day for a little while now, because we've been doing the Super Nintendo games. But my question, let me see where we're at. Are we on 4 or 3? But the question I had in mind was this: is should I go ahead and start Justice League Task Force on Monday, so that we have Justice League Task Force and WarCraft, or should we get through WarCraft first? That is my silly question. Okay. Welcome to all the newbies. Yes, welcome. Yeah, it's a 2D game, and we will, after we play WarCraft and do dad jokes, then we'll be going into that section of the stream. But if it helps, before we play WarCraft, I can do a quick show of what we're doing. No, wait, because I realized last night that there's a problem in our storyline, a pretty major problem in our storyline. I think I found a fix for it. So we'll talk about that when we go to game dev. And it's actually a good fix. And it's also going to be a good example of ideas that you think are really, really good and that you want to keep, but you have to throw them out because the game evolves into something else. So we'll be doing that. Are you playing both sides of WarCraft? Right now, I'm playing the orc side, and then I will debate playing the human side because I am Horde all the way. Have been Horde from the very beginning. Will be Horde forever. Yeah. I don't know either games, so I'm just going to enjoy watching you play. Okay, thank you. Are playing both sides for the Horde every day. Been for the Horde since the day I was born. No. Let's see, we get all that in. We got all that in. Daxi, yeah. And yeah. Airdrunot. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so let's get DOSBox X up and running. War. Okay, it looks like it kept the volume, so that's good. Let me make sure that our screen is the right size on the other screen here. It always takes forever for it to load up on the thing. So let's do this. There he is. It's taking me just a second to set this up. My gameplay seems to be missing. Ah, there it is. Okay. That is good. Now I can put this here and I can actually play it. So those of you that are new, we play with DOSBox X, and it is the original game. It's not the remake. So if I sound kind of weird, it's because it's actually the noises in my head for the actual game. So we'll go ahead and go there, and you'll see what I'm seeing. So
intellect and brute strength, with the victor claiming dominance over the whole of Azeroth. Welcome to the world of WarCraft.
Yep. Oh, yeah, my screens are off. Let me get that back down here. That's one thing, is even when you lock the screen in OBS, sometimes it does not keep the aspect ratio and stuff, so you have to actually be on OBS to actually move the screen. So every day I have to reset this. Silly, but you have to. I was playing Contraption Maker on Steam last night, and it's basically an updated graphics of Incredible Machine. Yeah, Incredible Machine I like. We'll check it out. Cool. Let me, we're gonna have to load the game, single player, and I think this is where we left, because we were gonna start from here. Then continue that way. We get the intro.
Bones crunching beneath your feet is confirmation of your awesome victory.
Because I just need to hear the what we're supposed to do again.
On your return from the dungeon, you receive word from advanced scouts that the recently established outpost near the Red Ridge Mountains is under siege. A group of raiders have been dispatched to assist you in taking back
this
the
artwork here was
outpost
done by
and
Sam Weiss,
crushing the human opposition.
the background
Your
guy.
secondary objective is to
Or the
sneak out
orcs.
and completely destroy their encampment, putting an end
The 3D
to
render
this
stuff
threat
we put
for
together.
Good.
And then my maps. My silly little maps.
The
Okay.
humans draw near.
No, they're already out there. Oh, shit. This is what happens when you grab the wrong screen. Come on, guys. What are you doing just standing around, dude? Where are my archers? Spear throwers, sorry. Okay. We lost way too many people. But that is the point, isn't it? Where'd you go? Oh, okay. That's why. Getting gold, getting gold. Okay, we need to put our defense up for the bridge. Okay.
Your command, Master.
back because we're going to need to make those guys. We're going to bring these guys up to the bridge. Okay, they can sit there. Then we need our archers. There's a guy over here we need to kill. Sit to build. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's leave these guys here. We're going to update. Oh, we need trees. Good day to all the yearlings. Welcome, welcome. Okay, well that didn't even tell us we were being attacked, but okay. Yes, it is slow. Good day to all the yearling. Okay. Thank you, Unclean Ann. Uncle Ann. Come on, why aren't you moving? Hello, McFly. Wow, he's not.
Stop poking me!
I would stop poking you if you would do your frickin' job. Get to work. Oh, we're in zombie mode. Sorry, guys. Zombie attacks going on. Okay. When address, okay, yeah. Oh, he always sounds angry. Zombies are just there to be zombies. I don't know why that guy wasn't taking our commands. That was weird. I click on him. I try to get him to work. 15. Wow. How much is in this one? Okay.
Pale dogs approach.
That means he killed all of our people up there and we never got a warning that he was even there. That's interesting. Hello? Something's going on with the commands. They're not... The buttons aren't working. I think we're going to lose this one because... Number one, we were not warned that these guys were being attacked up there. And now all of our peons are being killed. And our archers are not helpful. What is going on with the keyboard? Weird. Well, now we got to build all of our peons back up. For those of you that are new, I've not played this game in 30 years, so I'm going to screw it up. Oh, WarCraft. I did not see the WarCraft 3 questions, so let me see. consider making streams. I don't see a Warcraft 3 question. I apologize. Where is it? Yeah, if something doesn't have the @YourJoy on it, I probably won't see it because I don't see absolutely everything in the chat. So I don't. Oh, is that it? Papa Thor, Warcraft 3 is my favorite game of all time. I'm guessing you worked on it during time. Yes, I did. Did you have any interesting facts or stories to share about Warcraft 3? I think most of those stories will be when we get to Warcraft 3. Because I've realized earlier that I have a tendency to tell stories about everything as they come up, not in order. But there will be, because War 3 was the last cinematics that I edited, so was the sole editor on before going and creating the Machinima team. So we will be talking about that. I mean, it was a really fun time. I can repeat it. 1 second. Okay. Please, are you question? No. Okay.
Your command, Master.
Yeah, we're not even to the War 3 stories yet, but we'll get there. You know. The thing about Warcraft in general is, even this one was the first one, is I remember Alan going to all kinds of companies trying to get someone to sponsor us doing it. Maggie was taken. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, we need something. We need characters for walls. Let's do this. We can upgrade those. We can't build horses, can we? Let's see, how are we going to do this? We need a builder. Make a guy just to build things. There's a big old thing. We have 2 choke points that we need to think about. One is the bridge. Where is he? Come on.
Your command, Master.
Okay, we got those. What about these? Blacksmith. Kennel. That way we can build riders. Please, at your joy, with any question. Okay. It is a good game, but looking back on it and playing it again after this much time, it is slow. There really is no way to... there's really no other way to explain it. It is a slow game. So now we should be able to, once that's done, hopefully we'll get riders. Because we can build a whole big old battle ham of riders. We can build a couple of those too. What do we need? Dog drool. Bad guys coming in. Come on, build faster. Wait a minute. No. God, I need something else. What is it we need? kennel. Blacksmith is probably what we need. What do we need to get it? 900. Okay, we'll have that in a minute. Remember to change your speed. Oh, I forgot to change the speed setting. It kept everything else. I don't know why it didn't keep the speed setting. So we'll set that in a second. I just want to get this started. Okay, so we have plenty of room for building all kinds of guys. Let's grab a... We need gold. What do we got here left? 4,000 is not enough. Where's the other gold mine again? I think it's over this way. But we need to choke off the bridge. We need an explorer team. Out of curiosity, what makes a good RPG for you? I think it's caring about the characters, in all honesty. Let's see, shield strength, axe strength. I'll go ahead and do some shield strengths for that. Okay, now we can build these guys. That's what we're going to do next. You, help them get gold. I'm building one and getting mixed feedback and wanted to see from an experience perspective. Well, in all honesty, it's whether you care about the character or not. That's always been the thing for me. Also, and I think that that there's been some really good games on it, as we had talked about before, about Laszlo's core drives for humans. If you look up Laszlo, I keep saying Laszlo, that's funny. Maslow's core drives, you'll see that there's certain things that draw people towards stuff and that make them, there's 5 basic things that make them really want to do something. And it drives them to do them. If you can add some of those into your game, then it will make for a better game. You know, we've had some conversations about it in the game dev section of the show here, but we haven't gone way in depth into it yet because we hadn't got to that point yet on our silly little thing here. Let's see, we're gonna get axes. Probably wasting money on that. Probably shouldn't have done that, but let's get yeah, we can do one of them. And then we'll make a couple of these, and then we'll take them over to the right and see if they're, I believe, if I remember correctly from yesterday, because we did a quick little run through yesterday of this level, that there was another mine over there. Okay, out of curiosity. Okay, yeah, look up Maslow and see what the core drives are. If you can get some of the things in your game that help or draw people in based on those cores, then you will probably end up with a better game in the long run. Because the trick to a lot of these kind of, not these kind of games, but role-playing games, is giving them enough to do and having a reason for it. Is people don't like to do stuff just to do it. There has to be a reason. You know, one of the things that I really liked about World of Warcraft was go collect 25 candles and then come back. To me, that was awesome. They do. They draw near, they draw far, they just draw. Okay, all you guys, help with the trees right now. Well, these guys are going to go exploring because they need to find us another gold mine, and I'm pretty sure there's one over here. And I forgot to check the options. Yeah, here's one. Okay.
Luke, your command, Master. Butler. Luke, Butler.
Okay, we need 850 gold for that. These guys are not going to be protected for a while, but we'll... We have a single tree trapper. We speak good English, tree trapper. Let's make one more of these guys, send them over for the gold.
Your command, Master.
My command for you is to get some gold. I know that there's a guy going to come down here because we're going to have to get enough things to... I think there's another bridge over on this side, so we'll have to get that bridge covered and then get this bridge covered right. But we need gold to put everybody together here. Hopefully we can get enough to where we can get a 4 and 4 with these guys in the front and the archers in the back. I think that'll be a good thing for us. We still need 200 more. Okay. Because I know there's going to be attack from over on this side at some point. Come on, 100 more. Come on, buddy. Walk faster. Okay. So that gives us 4 big guys, 4 archers for now, which will hopefully keep these guys from being too much of a pain. Because here comes the back guys. So what we're trying to do is build basically a wall and then archers behind while we can. And then since we've upgraded our axes, we'll get some axemen up there too. That will be what we'll be doing next, is our axemen. Because we can put the axemen in front here, then our horsemen, then the archers. And that should be pretty good for moving through. Zug zug. The pesky alliance always trying to make things... Yeah, they're making things tough for us. I know how they are. They can't pretend we know better. 1 more gold. And then we'll have... so if we can get 4 grunts in the front, then our horsebacks, then our archers. That could be pretty good. And yes, I know that there's an attack going to be coming from this side. We just, at some point, I just want to get the base army set, and then we can actually go over there and block that bridge. Poor little grunt out there all by himself.
Your command, Master.
Dog rule. We should still have lots of, yeah, we still have lots of space for characters, so. Gold's just the only problem now. Now we don't have enough to build him. We need 400 for him.
Your command, Master. Lotar.
How much is left in this one? Okay, yeah, there's a lot in that one. Do we have 4? No, we have 3. Okay, we'll make one more so we have 4, 4, and 4. And then we'll make a peon, another peon next chance we get.
Your command, Master.
Okay, so we got 4, 4, and 4. Our basic army is built. God, come on. Come on, gold carriers. You can do it. Thank you. We'll add this guy. Okay, here comes the battles.
We're being attacked!
That guy must die. Oh, Chaos Gremlin, thank you very much for the follow. Come back here. Oh, so all of our horsemen survive. That's kind of cool. Just put all them right here. Put our grunts, 2 grunts on the bridge. And then we kind of screwed up a little bit of the stuff there, but we should be okay. Now that that's covered. Well, don't walk out into it, you dumbass. Don't just go out there alone. Okay, that was a serious loss. Actually, you are going to do this.
Your command, Master.
Because now we know where their staging is, and they're coming in to kill us now. Unless this one guy, all by himself. The fact is, I'm just terrible at this game. What do we need? Okay, gold.
Your command, Master.
They're not coming yet, are they? No. Where are all those? Yeah, it's funny because we had the idea, and then Alan went out and was trying to get anybody to back us on it, and nobody would. It was funny. But then we met Jan and Bob Davidson. They had, we were doing a port. I was doing the artwork and Mike was doing the programming for KidWorks 2, which was an educational project, and we were porting it to Windows. And that's how we met Jan and Bob. And one night at dinner, Alan pitched WarCraft to him, and he said, well, I'll let you make it. Let me buy your company, and I'll fund WarCraft, and you guys can do it however you want. And so Bob bought us and made us Blizzard. We were Chaos Studios for about 30 days, and then we became Blizzard. Yeah. Oh, we're in zombie mode. Sorry. It's a zombie attack. Crash Reincarnate. Thank you very much for the follow. Apparently I missed that one. I apologize. Entirely too long to realize who you were. Oh, who was I? Was I somebody? I'm just guy in the back working, drinking my coffee. Drinking coffee. Ah, they're building up a big. Listen, English isn't my strong suit. No, no worries. No, I was teasing Party Rick. I wasn't. As you get to hang out with us, you'll see that I really like play on word stuff. So I'm not dissing your English. I'm just since text doesn't have an accent. I'm surprised they haven't attacked from the right yet. Yes, I was the guy in South Park. We like puns here. Yes, a lot of them. Even when ads are on, we find it punny. Okay, do we have enough? We have enough. Okay. We got to get more guys. I think I'm gonna have to start building just grunts, just for financial reasons. Because their last wave kind of wiped us out because I'm a terrible general.
Your command, Master.
Cute.
Your command, Master. Butler.
I have this on the fastest, and it's still just like, oh, here they come. Prepare to die, everybody.
We're being attacked.
Yes, we are.
We're being attacked.
Oh no. I knew that was coming. Horsies.
We're being attacked.
Come on.
Butler.
I knew it was taking too long for them not to attack over on this side. Humans can draw whatever they want. I don't care.
Backlash.
Where'd all of our peons spread out to? Or are they all dead? Our tree chopper's still alive.
Backlash. Your command, Master.
Ooh, we're in trouble. Our income has dried up because all of our peons died. We're going to lose today. Okay, let's see how much damage that. Okay, that's not damaged enough. Let's get him harvesting over here. Why is he not doing it? Oh, because he's in.
Backlash.
Because he has to take that back first. That's why. One thing I wish we would have built was walls, in all honesty, where you could build walls. I think you can in the second one, but in this one you couldn't. We are suffering some pretty severe financial problems at the moment, so please add your. Does your joy have a favorite RTS? Chess Queen, thank you very much for the follow. Do I have? No, I'm not. I don't. Okay, this is going to sound terrible. I'm not a big fan of RTSs. Matt Hardy, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Yearlings. Okay, we do got these guys. Bring them a little bit closer. Bring this guy up so he can clear out that set. Do we have enough to? No, we don't have enough to.
We're being attacked.
Of course we are. We have a single peon bringing gold. It's going to be another trip before he gets over here. Okay. I do not have a favorite RTS. No, it's not the kind of game I usually play. I like the sound of a steampunk Viking game. Yeah, that's kind of what we're working on in our game dev section. What kind of game? Right now it's we literally at the very beginnings of it, and it's just a top-down 2D game. Right now we're making it in Game Maker. It's probably not a release product. You know, at least it's not planned to be a release product at this time. It's just us coming up with some ideas and throwing them around and doing that. Once again, if you're an artist coming in to look and stuff, then that's cool. If your financials do not make it a good time for you to be able to do any concept stuff of any kind, that's fine. I'm not, as most people know, I'm not a big proponent of people working for free in any way, shape, or form. So please do not add stuff if you aren't financially able to, because I cannot promise any kind of income from this because I don't have any income. So presents a bit of a problem. Let's see. What is this?
Your command, Master.
Yes, get gold.
Backlash.
I knew it was stupid to leave those guys over there mining gold without a bodyguard. Should have left a bodyguard. Totally my bad. This guy's just all confused. It's too bad you can't move a building. Can you? No, I don't think you can. Move building. Nope. I think that came in War 2, where you could pick a building up and move it. I don't remember it in War 1. Look at us getting gold. 300. No gold, no peoples. No peoples, no. Chess Queen 21. Your joy. Yes, may I help you? Beta, I'm thinking of stuff I could draw. Any tips from your experience on where to start with concept design?
Your command.
For me, whenever I had to do concept years ago, is I would always start with a single character and just say what would this character would look like, and then you could express off of that what the world around him looks like. We're going to make a little bit of a change up in the design today, because last night I realized that I kind of painted myself in the corner with one of our main points. So we're going to talk about that after dad jokes today, and when we get to the gameplay part now, or the game dev part. Now, for those of you who are new, here's the deal on the game dev part. Is originally I wasn't going to do game dev on this stream. I've only been doing the stream now for 21 weeks, and we weren't going to do any kind of game dev. We were just going to. The whole point was for me to play through the games that I worked on, not to do dev of any kind. And then someone had asked about 13 weeks ago. Someone had asked if I were to do a game now, how would I do it? And so we went through the how I would do it. Like I would start with a piece of paper and a pencil and just write and make like a big piece of graph paper and start writing stuff down and kind of plotting things out and stuff like that. But because using a big piece of graph paper wasn't conducive to a stream, we used Miro instead, and we created a huge Miro board. And we were just throwing ideas up there and stuff like that, and coming up with things, because that's what I would do. Is I would just literally take and throw things up on the wall. And my favorite thing to use, as people know, is Post-its. So if you have a bunch of Post-its of different colors, which I do have around here, I do have a bunch of them somewhere because I always use them. But you have different colors. You can take different color Post-its and write ideas down and just put them on the wall. Like literally just take a wall in your house or in your office and throw stuff down on there to get as many ideas out as put down as possible. So that's what we did. And we did it on a Miro board instead. And then I was showing different ideas for like if you have a bunch of dungeons you have to make and it's weighing on you that you still need to get to those dungeons. As a temp, you can use some of the D&D dungeon generators to make basic concept dungeons so that for free, so that you can get at least something on the page, so that those are out of the way and you're not overthinking about them for too long. So we talked about things like that, and then different ideas for just lollygags. Thank you very much for the follow. So those were the ideas. And then I took, of the 13 weeks we've been working on it, I think it was 4 or 5 weeks to learn Game Maker, because I didn't know Game Maker. And I figured, you know what, if we took a basic Game Maker Studio setup, we could make test runs of the stuff that we're thinking about. I would do a bunch of test runs, and I would do trying different maps and things like that. Never work for exposure. Yeah. Art is always paid for or a gift. Yeah. And I'm very clear. I do not have the ability to pay people for art right now. This is just us concepting some ideas and stuff like that. So if you do not want to be part of it, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to be. Yeah. Because when I can afford to make it a release product, or if this may not even end up being a release product because it was never supposed to be. It was just a show me how you would do it thing. I even told my wife I need a big whiteboard in every room. Yes, sometimes you do. And if you don't have a big whiteboard, and this is how I outline my book, and this is why I used Miro in the first place, is because that's how I outlined my book. Because it was, oh God, we're being attacked again. Okay. I know. Come on, guys. That was sad. They let him die. We just built him and they let him die. That was so sad. Yeah, and I'll show the mirror board when we get to the game dev section. But yeah, whiteboards are great. Post-it notes are great because they'll stick to anything, and they won't ruin your wall. I had when I outlined my book, when I left Blizzard in 2014, my brain was still on Blizzard stuff all the time. So what I did was I took every time I thought of something about Blizzard, I would put it on a Post-it note, put it on the wall, and then put it on the Post-it note, put it on the wall. Just kept doing that for quite a while. To where I literally had a full wall, and I've showed the pictures of it before. Had a full wall of Post-it notes, and then I'm looking at it like 6 months later. I'm looking at them, going, okay, and I started kind of rearranging them all because I just was throwing them up on the wall. I was rearranging them all, and I ended up looking at it and going, oh wow, this is actually a pretty good outline for a book, And I started working on that, ordering that into a book form, and I'll show the Miro board for that when we get to there too, because I don't want to pull away from this screen while we're playing. Have you game mastered? I have not game mastered for a Dungeons and Dragons thing for a very, very long time. We're talking about at least 15 to 20 years. It's just not something that I think about. They're gearing up to come through again. I'm going to be a part of it, but I will treat the art as a gift, and I recommend other artists have the same mindset. Do you it because you love art, and yes, I appreciate that. Now, here's what we will do, and this is what I think it's in there, is anybody that submits something will be put on because I haven't made one yet, but if you notice at the beginning of our stream today, we have a credits list. And what I'll do is when we go to game dev, probably starting on Monday, it will have a credits list of people that are submitting and stuff like that. And I know that's not a lot, but it's what we can do right now. So please consider your financial situation first before submitting any art. And hopefully later we'll be able to come up with something, but I don't have something right now. I'll always be very straightforward with you guys on that stuff. We are a small community, but we are here and we are trying. Sometimes, yes. I mean, sometimes credit is more better than money, because it leads to other things. You'll put our art on the fridge. Funny. Yeah, because this concept is still so far in its baby stage. It's kind of silly. Yeah, I was surprised that it's become what it's become. I think I might have to come up with a map theory. These guys have been allowed to go for too long.
Your command, Master.
Sorry, my phone was ringing, and it shouldn't be. Okay.
Dabu.
Okay, let's take these two guys. Move him over here. You and you and a couple of yous. And make you guys a group. Unfortunately, we don't save groups in War 1. We only save groups in War 2. We're going to come over here, and we're going to put you guys here to guard our peons. I know it's going to leave these guys a little bit exposed, but that's okay for right now. Sometimes the silliest ideas are the best. Yes, and that's kind of where we are. We do have a bunch of silly ideas, but it looks like it can formulate into something at some point that all of us can kind of go, oh, yeah. Huh. Like there was a realization I had last night about our storyline that has to change. Because and it's sad because the thing that has to change is something that I really wanted in the game, but it's not good for the game. The change that we're going to make to it will be better for the game. On the fact that Vikings and such never actually had horns on their helms. Well, we can get away with that, and here's why. Because the Vikings that we're having is these Vikings left the Earth dimension before they ran into the Saxons. So we can make reasons why the new dimension has things that we don't have here. It also gives us a lot more story things that we can do that we couldn't do if we were using real Vikings, so to speak, real Vikings. You know what I mean? Any thoughts on the fact that Vikings and such never actually? Yeah. So they could have, I don't know, maybe when they got to the new dimension that there were things with horns on them. That's what they wore. And so they took the horns, and maybe Steve, and you'll meet Steve if you're new here. You'll meet Steve. He's our resident village idiot in our game and super genius. Maybe Steve put on a horn hat at one point because he was being silly, and then just kind of took off that way. That's how trends are started. That's what my mom always said. Oh, we need more peons. I don't know why I didn't make more peons. Yeah, there's a lot of those kind of things. So maybe they grew horns and there were holes on the sides of their helms. Nope. They do look pretty cool. Well, that is the goal. But like I said, there's a huge story change that I'm going to make today that I think is going to help two things. Is we have conflicting sides of the community, and I think I found a solution for that. That, like I said, kills one of my original ideas that I really liked, but that's okay, because you have to be able to throw out ideas sometimes for better ideas to make your game better. It's just how game making works. And not everything is perfect and cut and dry all the time. It just doesn't work that way. That's just not life. Do you want the concept art to be visually more steampunk or more Norse? Yeah, it's completely up to you as the artist. We're in concept mode. We're not. There is no right or wrong here yet. Why they gotta be that way? Just gotta go and attack like that. What you guys have to understand is I'm open to any ideas here because we have not locked anything down. We're really not that far ahead. We're not to the point to where it's any set rules. No set rules have been made in any way, shape, or form. Antenna could be interesting because if they are steampunk, maybe they found something that in the new world that they can. Oh, jeez. We're being attacked. Really? I hadn't noticed. Come on, guys. You can do it. I knew you could do it. Awesome job. We're doomed. Why is it not working? Okay. Blook. Okay, let's get some grunts. Now here's a thought. Have there already been discussions on what kinds of foes these mighty steampunk Vikings are facing? We have not had any conversations about the indigenous foes of the world, the dimension that they're in. We're more, we've been working more along what the storyline is for the base issues, the internal issues. Because we have the grandfather that raises the kid when we're the kid, and then we have his brother who runs the mine that's attached to the town. And I think that part of the storyline will be kept, but there's some other parts of the main storyline that we're gonna change up today. So. But like I said, we are so far in the beginning stages of anything here that there's not going to be just boom instant stuff. It just doesn't work that way. No, there's nope. Because there are two factions in our storyline in the Viking world. And those are what we've been talking about more than anything else. And there were some changes made this week that have caused me to rethink some of the other things that we're doing in there. And we're going to talk about those today and see if we can come up with some cool solutions for it. We got about 30 more minutes of WarCraft. And even at the fastest speed, this is way slow. But I think we're going to be out of gold soon. Yeah, we're going to be out of gold soon. So I think we're going to die. They're going to overrun us and we're going to die. We're not living up to our full potential. In the meantime, they have so many people up there that we're screwed. Wonder where the other. See if we can find. I don't think we can get to that one. Let's take these guys for a second. Come here, you guys. I think there's another one up here. And, no, maybe not. Oh, wait. Over here? There's a white spot on the map. Oh, there is one here. Okay. And we can guard it from here. So when that one blows up, which is soon, we can move them to the other one. Okay, so we still have a chance. Assuming these guys don't get killed. Make grunts. Bump, bump, bump.
Your command, Master. Your command, Master. Loktar. Bartlett. Dabu. Loktar. Luke. Bartlett. Your command, Master. Loktar. 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 Luke.
Okay, so that'll cut off that one. And once this clears out, we can send them to the other ones that are guarded there. So then it's just building. How much is in this one? 19,000. If it was in 10, I mean, we could try all kinds of things. You know, if you want to try in tennis, there's two factions. Yes, there's the Clockwork Vikings and then the Grandfathers Vikings, and we'll talk about that today because there's a big change on that. Because I came to a realization last night that there's a better way to do what we're trying to do, and from a story standpoint. Okay, this should blow up soon. Yep. 2 more guys, and then it's going to blow up, and then we'll send them to the other gold mine. You guys are the last 2. Thank you. Let's grab these guys.
Loktar.
Wait for these guys to drop their stuff. Dropped him way over there, really?
Loktar.
Oh, here comes a big attack. Oh my god.
The pale dogs approach. The Yearlings are here. Bartlett. Loktar. Bartlett. Bartlett. Luke.
Another thing I missed from War 2 is that you can tell them where to go once they're created.
Loktar. Your command, Master.
You can put them in a staging area, which you can't do in this game. The advice that I always give new devs, and I'm answering one modus here, and here's what I always tell everybody: is learn as much as you can, not just about the thing that you want to do in dev, but the people around you. Like if you make art, where does your art go? What do they have to do to it once they have it? You know, to make it work in the game. You know, learn as many things about the things that connect you to the game as you possibly can. Another one is just be really good at what you do. You know, practice all the time. One of the things that I always used to tease Sam about is he drew all the time. We were roommates for about a year once, and he used to draw on everything. Oh my God, he would draw on the counters. He would draw on the tables. He would draw on the toilet paper. He would draw on everything. You know, just do it. Just keep doing it. Keep trying to do things. When we lived together, he was trying to perfect eyeballs. So he would draw eyeballs on everything. So literally your house was watching you 24 hours a day. You know, so, but do it. You know, that's the best thing. You know, because also if you're not already doing what you want them to hire you for, why should they hire you? You know, I've said that over and over again to people, because we used to have these flash lunches at Blizzard where those of us that were 20 years or older there, meaning 20 years at Blizzard or older, we would submit our name to HR, and then HR would randomly pick 3 people for us to go to lunch with from anywhere in the company. And I thought that was great. But the majority of the people that I had lunch with were very much about like getting ahead. What did they do? What can we do? And I go, well, and there was one guy, and it sticks with me all the time because I've talked about it so many freaking times, is he was just like, I want to be a designer. And I was asked him, I go, okay, what have you designed? And he goes, well, they haven't hired me yet. I go, well, why would they? You know, you have to be realistic about what you're capable of. If you want to be a designer, in your spare time, you should be looking at the games you're playing and saying, okay, I would do this different. I would do that different. I would, you know, make notes on every game you're playing from a design standpoint. What's wrong with it? What's good about it? You know, if you're not doing that kind of stuff, then why should anybody hire you to be a designer? You know, you have you don't have a passion for it, or you would be doing it. You know, you don't have to wait for someone's permission to do it. Yeah, small teams are another one. I love small teams. With small teams, you always know everybody has the information. With big teams, it gets way crazy. Is Vikings and steampunk unchangeable ideas for your game you've planned? It's the idea. I wouldn't say it's unchangeable. Killer Wretch, thank you very much for the follow. I wouldn't say it's unchangeable, but it is where we're at right now with the game, with the design for the game, or the idea for the game. These two themes might clash quite a bit. Art, that's okay. It's okay for the art to, when we talk about the way I want to do it, the idea I came up with last night, when we talk about that, it'll be a lot clearer how they're going to work together and what's going to work with them. Because I think I've found a solution for it, but I just don't want to give it outside of our game dev section, because there's people that come in just for that part. I think it's fair to wait. Okay, how many do we? They're going to send some more in here soon, so we're going to just overpower them with overwhelming. I'm not developing games because I have no game ideas. It's not the lack of wanting to. Well, sometimes it's the game that you... God, how do I put this advice right for MCase? So don't develop a game, but write your ideas down. Develop a world develop a bunch of characters. You know, you don't even have to have a game for them. You could just go, okay, well, I'm going to design this today. You know, I had this idea. Maybe we can do this. Come on, guys. They shall not stand. Hey, you're breaking formation. Get back in formation. We're just going to go overwhelming. You know, there's no problem with coming up with worlds that don't have not a place, but don't have a game to be put in yet. It's okay. It's you're making cool stuff. No game ideas or no realistic game ideas. Why does it have to be realistic? Lack of wanting to. Okay. Where are we at? Made work. If you play a bunch of games and have nothing you think you could change ever, then yeah, it's not for you. Yeah, I could see that. But every art style will clash with another. Yes, it will. And that can actually be used as a tool to make, because we had talked about how to attach your player to different things. Is we could have a the full Viking style, and then we can have the full steampunk style, and two different people may attach to that, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try, you know. But we can also create reasons why those two styles exist in our world, and there could be very legitimate reasons for that. Yeah, start easy always. I can never be realistic when it comes to creating. I just anchor so much imagination. Yeah. Yeah, also give yourself deadlines, you know, and keep to those deadlines. And if you pass those deadlines, have a punishment. We had talked about the other day, someone had asked, well, what do they do to motivate themselves? It's like, okay. And the idea that everybody came up with was that he would have a "I didn't do it today" jar. You know, so he would, if he didn't do X number of design or artwork or something for his project, he would have to put $1 in his "I didn't do it today" jar. And then at the end of however X amount of time, he would have to donate that money somewhere. He couldn't spend it on himself. He had to donate to someone else. My main advice is playing games from the 70s and 80s until you find one you want to remake. Ugh, I'm not a big fan of remakes. You know, you can have original ideas. Original ideas are out there, you know, and the trick is to not scare yourself away from an original idea. You know, it's I think everybody's capable of making something new. I honestly do. I don't think that there should be even a question of that. Everybody's capable of it. And you have to also understand, whatever new thing you make, not everybody's going to like it. There's not much you can do about that one. If you think, oh, I'm going to make this and absolutely everybody in the world is going to love it and it's going to be great. No, it doesn't work that way. If you're struggling to start, make a small game. Make something simple. No games get more complex. The point is those games are dead simple. Just remember, chat, if you think your idea is dumb, someone walked into a board meeting with a bunch of executives and pitched Sharknado to them, and they said yes. Good point. That is a very good point. Think of all the silly things that are out there that people made. And then think about the person that had to go into that meeting with executives and pitch that idea. That is funny. That is a very, very good point. I started with an RPG through Pinterest. It's only for me, but I got a feel for how to host an online game. Cool. SQL servers and code interactions and the different systems. Now I'm building a full fresh, try little, if you're trying little things and working them out, you're gonna come up with better ideas, and you're gonna learn, and you're gonna make all the mistakes on the little game, not on the big game, which is gonna keep you from being discouraged later. Remake Pong, but then turn it into a roguelike. There you go. Idea done.
Your command, master.
I think my problem with RTSs is I overthink when I'm playing these games. Like I play the game opposite to what the game should be played, and I think that confuses people watching me play. And because I'm patient as hell, I can sit here all day making guys and just be perfectly happy with it, you know. But eventually I'm going to have to attack. I think that goes without warning.
Your command,
without saying,
master.
sorry.
We're being attacked! Butler. Notar. Butler.
I think I'm going to stick them here so they have a little bit of cover while they can shoot through the trees. I am the archer. I shoot from the trees. Contissilis. Thank you very much for the follow. We're just down to 2. How much time we have? 9 minutes, yeah. We got attacked. That's known as turtling. It works. Okay. I didn't know that there was a word for it. It does run the risk of letting your opponent snowball. Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that they're building up huge forces up here, and I'm not gonna do well on this one, I think. Oh, thank you. I made those myself. The little Viking guys jumping up and down were made by Savvy Otter. It inspired me to do that. We also have them for hype trains and for subs and for other things. They pop up for a bunch of different stuff. So yeah, it's cool stuff. Because we want to keep our worlds. Okay, where are we at over here? Because we're going to go to dad jokes here in a little bit, and then we'll go to our, we'll be doing the game dev stuff after that. So we're actually in pretty good shape. Except for in the game. In the game, we're losing terribly. My turtle has gone to Myrtle. I'm pretty sure I put this. It's going to be interesting to see you fight the invisible guys. I don't think the invisible guys come in until War 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the ghosts, or actually ghosts are in StarCraft. I don't remember invisible guys in War 1. Interesting. Okay, so there's 2 things that I have to keep in mind. Number 1, we have to secure both bridges, because there is a second bridge, it looks like, over here on the right up here. If we can secure both bridges, we're being attacked. Hi, Break Code. Thank you very much for the sub. Hi, Break Code. Subscribe to the channel. Awesome. Thank you very much. What was it? Welcome. Welcome to the Yearlings. If I could just build a wall right there, that would be awesome. But no, we don't build walls in Warcraft 1. What I could do is I can run a road all the way up there and then put a couple buildings there. That would be funny. Yeah, I don't think anything's like that in War 1. So yeah, I don't remember any invisibility in War 1. I don't remember them in War 2 either, but we did have boats and stuff, so that was cool. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab another one of these guys, and he's going to fix stuff. We have about 5 more minutes. It's invisibility. Come on.
Your command, Master.
Okay, we're gonna do some repairing. It says I'll fix that. Creator of game. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, all of our buildings are fixed. We got 4 minutes, so we need gold. Lots of gold. How much is left? 13,000. Yeah. I don't know why this guy still walks all the way around. It's just silly. Now he's doing it. They got stuck on a long path. I definitely have to come up with a better strategy for this one. I'm wondering if... Wondering if we took this area here, which is their staging area. If we could take and hold this area here, maybe it won't be as bad next time. We can do stuff for that. But we definitely need to make these choke points here and up here. Okay, so we're gonna start over tomorrow on this level anyway because we screwed it all up, but we're gonna, let's go up here and see. I'm pretty sure there's a bridge right here. And that's the bridge they keep coming across. And if we can block that bridge, then we're all good. Oh, yeah. And we're dead. Okay, so they have them there. Gosh. Now we can we? That's a kennel. We got a kennel, a temple. We could build a temple and send skeletons back at them. Yeah, I don't know why they're on the long path over here. It's weird. They come out, they walk up to the lake, and then, oh wait, no, then he turned left. Goes a long way around the lake. How dare he? But yeah, so we have two bridges. We have this one over there, and then we have this one, which is where they're doing their staging. So if we can put a bunch of forces here and a bunch of forces here, and then that gives us the 3 gold mines. Yeah, interesting. Something to think about for tomorrow. So we could probably open up all of this so we can see it. Very first thing is send a couple wolf riders to open up everything down along here so we can see the bridges, and then start amassing troops at the beginning of those bridges like they're doing here, but we would do it on our side. And then just keep making troops. They're probably picking the shortest path when the incoming orcs. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They got trapped on that one because the new guy is actually doing the old path, the new path, or the regular path, and the old guys are going around. Pathing, always so much fun. That's one of the things that's really good about using something like Game Maker Studio is you don't have to worry about that stuff. It's already all built in. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna save it as in the progress one. We're gonna probably have to start this level over, but I'll have to think of some strategies for it tomorrow, which is why it's a real-time strategy game, because I got no strategy. I gotta get some strategy. And our time is up. For those of you who new, there's a timer in the top right corner now that keeps us on track with the schedule. How many chickens will have to die before man's hunger will be satisfied? Oh, anyways, how's your day going? All the chickens will have to die, and their eggs as well, because I like me an egg sandwich. Just saying. All right, so let us go back to me for a minute, and I will close WarCraft out. Actually, let's go back to there for just for a second, because this is fun to watch this thing close to exit to DOS. Okay, the good old days. Bloop. Okay, we're now on a DOS screen. There. I know it's silly, but I know it makes me laugh. Makes me laugh every time. Oh, so those that are new, we do dad jokes every day. It's just because it's funny, because we have fun doing it, and we have a little game that we play during it. So basically, if you guys get a minute and 15 seconds to answer a dad joke question. If you answer it, you get a Viking soda. If you don't answer it, then I get a Viking soda. That's the basic rules. There's not a whole much more to it than that. Streamer updated. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, that's so that we're on the right. Is that correct? Yes, it's just chatting. That's what it should be. Yep. Okay, dad jokes will make you go, yeah, and there's some eye rollers in there. It's just a fun way for us to like do something together. It was just something that most of the things that came up on the stream and that we do on the stream are because of things that have happened on the stream, or and it's just most of the stuff's just for fun. It's not about anything more than that. Let's go and have fun and do some stuff. And like I said, even the game that we're working on is just, it was a suggestion from someone asking a question, and we ran with it. Okay, let me get that. Make the announcement there. We should be good there. Then come back and go to our dad joke screen. Hopefully I left it in the right condition. I did. So welcome to Dad Jokes and Riddles, because we do both, because if we didn't, we would run out of dad jokes. So we do about 20 dad jokes a day, which is 100 dad jokes a week, which means that it gets very, where dear Joy start wearing an eye? Because he's son of Thor. I am not son of Thor. Thor is my son. I am not his son. We have had this discussion before. Jellyhammer, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you for the 100 bits on that. Ha. Yeah, read it wrong. Did I read it? Because his son is Thor. Oh, okay, I did read it wrong. Yeah, that's another thing you'll learn, is I don't always read things correctly. Ha ha, read it wrong. I suck. Okay, dad jokey jokes. Okay, let's get set up. We're going to pull the logo down. We'll put the tables up. Alrighty. So like I said, we do about 20 dad jokes a day. I think I forgot to, someone sent one in and I forgot to add it. So we'll add it to tomorrow's, and we'll go on. Let me look here. There's a question on the board over here. I mean, if you, it says, I made 3D concept art for the game instead of 2D. That's okay. For submitting concept art, could I make a folder to submit that? Otter has that. Okay. Yep. Okay. If you are making 3D stuff, don't send your models. Keep your models. You know, keep your models and your textures and all that stuff. Just send an image. You know, this game will not be a 3D game. It'll be a 2D game. But please don't send your models. I want you to keep the rights to those and keep those. And if you're putting them up on our thing, I don't want other people having your models. That would not be cool. Okay, so here we go. We're going to do the first dad joke today. And today's first one, are you guys ready? Or at least pack your textures before sending. No, don't send your textures. You know, as a former 3D artist, no, I don't think it's right for you to send your textures or any of your working materials Just a simple image is all I'm really looking forward to for us to have conversation about. That's where we're at. Let's see, what is this? Okay, cool. What about something like a Sketchfab link? I don't know what a Sketchfab link is, so I do not know the answer to that. Online 3D model viewer. Oh, now I don't want to look at. I don't think it's right for us to ask for models or working materials or anything like that. All we're looking for is stuff to start conversation about the world we're trying to create. So that is just a simple image. We're not going to get. I'm very adamant about not giving up your tools or your hard work on these things. We're just looking for simple images to have concept discussions about online, because we're going to be having those concept discussions on here. So here is today's first joke. Is everybody ready? Let's see. Am I ready? Okay. What has a neck but no head? What has a neck but no head? Inspiration. Yes. We're looking for inspiration, not finished work. Very good. Oni Demon is correct. What has a neck but no head? It is a bottle. That is correct. So the Vikings are going to come out and they're going to give you your guys' first Viking soda. I hope you enjoy the meaty goodness. There you go. One Viking soda for Oni Demon. A turtleneck sweater. Funny. Yes, bottle is the correct answer. The timer needs to run down. If you guys are going to get them quick, we may not use the timer today because I think it's going to be a faster game. Game dev section is up after dad jokes. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. If you look on the about, there's a schedule in about that has the basic schedule of what we do and when. So hopefully you guys can find that. I think that. Now the next one, I think we're going to need the timer on, but that one went pretty quick. Okay, so number two. Number two is, what is a cheerleader's favorite kind of dog? What is a cheerleader's favorite kind of dog? Give it a second and then hit the timer. Yep. Cherry dog, cute. Pioneers, pom. Only demon. That is correct. A Pomeranian. A Pomeranian. On my screens, Only Demon got it first, and then Sneedling came up second on that one. So yeah, here we go. One more Viking soda for you guys. I want it noted, at this moment, I have zero. Okay, yeah, the timer's becoming a problem today, but oh, like I said, I guess we could grab the other timer we used to use. Yeah, I think I deleted its little thing though. Is it still on here? Because that one we could stop. This one we can't stop. Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll see what we can do with it. Okay. Number three. Survey says, how do you know carrots are good for your eyes? How do you know carrots are good for your eyes? I'm trying to get the other timer we used to use. Okay, let's go back up here. How do you... They do not hurt to look at. You have ever seen a carrot with glasses? Tails silver moon is correct. How do you know carrots are good for your eyes? You never see a rabbit wearing glasses. You never see a Cena carrot. Ah, no, you are wrong. I gave the answer incorrectly. Okay, I got to give it to you guys because I screwed up the timing. I read Tails' answer incorrectly. Yes, I know they don't eat carrots, but we're not looking for factual here. We're looking for funny. And they will eat a carrot if you give it to them. Just saying, from carrot standpoint. But yeah, you guys will get the soda for that one because, oh wow, not zombies. It's not zombie time. It's Viking times. Vikings, come on down. Soda number 3 goes to you guys. So I need to open this back up. They do eat carrots. It's not their preference. They'd rather have lettuce. Well, let us discuss it. It looks like we have zombie coming up. When the zombie comes up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get the old timer up. If I put the old timer up, then it will hopefully work better for us. Let's see. Okay, this is going to look horrible when I put it up. It's probably going to be massive. Ah, it is too big. Let's just put it, we'll just put it right here. It's where it used to be. Okay. So here, now we have a timer we can stop. Here, Joy, we are looking for fatherly jokes here. Yes, and they do come. But we do also have riddles, because if you look at the bottom, it says dad jokes and riddles. We do both because if we don't, we're going to run out of dad jokes really, really quick, because we've done over 900 dad jokes on the show. And because we do about 100 a week. That's a lot. So hopefully we'll, eventually I think we're going to have to replace the section because we're going to run out of dad jokes and we'll just start doing jokes or something. But I don't know. Because right now we have riddles mixed in, dad jokes, all those kind of things because we need to break it up again. Yeah. Guess the punchline instead. Yeah, we could do that. We could do jokes, but we also want to keep them kind of clean because yes, I have hundreds of dirty ones. But are they appropriate to use here? I don't think so. We want to keep it more light. But okay. So number 4. Yeah, I can go not safe for work in a heartbeat, but we're trying not to. So, because there's some really good ones out there. There's also a group of, I forget the name of them, but there's an Australian comedy group that does dad jokes on YouTube, or I think it's on YouTube, and they're hilarious because they do it as a competition, which is kind of cool. It's a drinking game, a dad joke drinking game. If you make them laugh, they have to drink. Okay, number 4 is, here we go. If you're running in a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you in? If you're running in a race and you pass a person in second place, what place are you in? Using the new timer. First, second place. I need no name is correct. Tals, you're wrong. And I need no name was the first one to answer it. And they answered correctly with if you're running in a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you in? You are in second place. That is correct. You would have to pass the first place runner to be in first place. Cool, cool. And but your team, thanks to I Need No Name, gets you another Viking soda. Please enjoy the meaty goodness. Yeah. Okay. Let's reset the timer. Yeah, I like this timer better, the way it works. I'm going to have to see if I can write one that works on here correctly, because the one we're using just doesn't. Depends on the direction you pass them. Ha! Good point. Yes. If you're running backwards, then yeah, you're gonna diminish in place, not advance. Number 5 is, what did the mayonnaise say when the refrigerator door was opened? What did the mayonnaise say when the refrigerator door was opened? Close the door, I'm dressing. That is correct. It said, close the door, I'm dressing. That is correct. Now we're both ajar. That's funny too. That's a good try, Sneedling. Let's get you number 5 soda up there. Very nicely done. The Vikings are very happy to bring you a Viking soda. It's one of the things that they do the best, is they really love their Viking sodas. The only thing I don't like about, now I remember why we made the timer, is because it puts the beginning and end in the chat so that we don't have arguments over did you make the time or not. So I do miss that. So yeah, I'll have to, as part of the things this weekend, I'll have to come up with a way to make a timer that activates chat, but can also be stopped when you guys answer something quickly. Okay, number 6. Why did the bike run the same people over every day? Why did the bike run the same people over every day? Why did the bike run the same people over every day? It's a cycle of the day because they were drawing on the road. Bowman Ruto is correct. It is a vicious cycle. That is correct. Why did the bike run the same people over every day? It was a vicious cycle. That is correct. That gives you guys your first 6-pack of the day. There you go. So the Vikings are going to clear them off the table so we have some table room. If I could push a button, it would work. Yep. And they're going to put a 6-pack on the side of the table, so you guys remember to take that when you when we're done today. So far you guys have a 6-pack. We're going to clear the timer because the mafia buried people under the road. Cute. Okay, yeah, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? Okay, number 7. Number 7. Okay. What kind of ship has 2 mates but no captain? What kind of ship has 2 mates but no captain? A relationship. Sneedling gets in there first. I even accept the bracket too, because you put a bracket on the end, but that's okay. So what kind of ship has 2 mates and no captain? A relationship. Teambot provides a JavaScript library so you can early build browser sources. Yeah, okay. I'll check it out. I'm still learning. Unlike Thor, this is all new to me. As I've been I'm learning how all this stuff works. I'm not perfect at it yet. In fact, most of the advancements we've had in our Discord and our show are because of Savvy Otter. In all honesty, she's been very helpful with helping me learn stuff, and taking some things from me so that to be handled so that I don't have to worry about them. So she's been fantastic. So yeah, I'm still learning, but we'll get in there and check it out. Okay, so number 8. Did I give you your can? Let's see, we're on 8, so there should be 7 cans. There's only 6, which means the Vikings did not serve your can. There is your can. Sorry about that. So I believe that is Sneedling's can. Yes, it is. So, okay, and we're going to number 8. What do you call a bacon-wrapped dinosaur? What do you call a bacon-wrapped dinosaur? Eventually, I got to get one, right? Be nice if I got one. Delicious. Yes, lunch. Both good answers, but not the correct answer. Breakfastosaurus. Very nicely done. But no. Jurassic pork is correct. Omen Rudo is correct with Jurassic pork. Porkosaurus. That's funny. Bacon nugget. That's good too. But the correct answer is Jurassic pork. So here is your soda. I believe this is Bowman. There is your soda. Yeah. Alrighty then. A bacon nugget. That's pretty good. Okay, number 9. Number 9. What has a head and a tail, but no body? Nobody knows the trouble I see. Wind. Has a coin. Sneedling is correct. What has a head and a tail, but no body? A coin. Snake. Sneedling beat you to it, Bowman. Sorry. Sneedling, here's your soda for your team. Once again, enjoy the meaty goodness. We're coming up on the halfway point. I think. Interesting. Okay, so the next. Oh, why are you hanging out, Vikings? Go back in the back. Thanks. Okay. Number 10, which is our soon-to-be halfway point when we are complete with this one. I think this one's going to be pretty quick, though. You guys are pretty smart, so. Where does today come before yesterday? Where does today come before yesterday? Yes, you're all on the same team. Tomorrow. The dictionary. I need no name is correct. With where does today come before yesterday? In the dictionary. Let's give you guys your cans. We're going through them pretty quick today. I think that my sorter put all the easy ones in today. I think it did the same thing on Monday, but I think we're okay. Let me take a drink here because my throat's kind of doing its thing. I made myself a double coffee this morning, which is something I rarely do. Have you noticed? No. Okay, number 11. Clear that. Why did the cookie go to the doctor? Why did the cookie go to the doctor? Wait a minute. I think we've had this one before. Maybe it was another variation of it. It was beginning to crumble. It was feeling crumbly. Crumbly. Yes. Man Run has it correct in that it was feeling crummy. It was beginning to crumble. Yes, because the answer is crummy. Yeah, it's a crummy answer. He was a bit kooky. I think you guys are going to end up with all 20 of them today, in all honesty. That's, there's got to be, I don't know what it is with my sorter, but it seems to sort a bunch of easy ones together. But that's okay. Gravity Gecko, thank you very much for the follow. I will wait for your animation to finish before I go to, before I can read the next question. Okay. Okay, number 12 is, what fruit can you never cheer up? Which fruit can you never cheer up? Give us the hardest ones you got. Well, we have an algorithm that puts them together. So the hard ones will come and go. Usually the ones that are the hardest are the ones that have anything to do with Star Wars. Those ones seem to be the hardest ones that people seem to think. Blueberries are correct, Sneedling. So blueberry is correct. So that gives you guys your second 6-pack. God, you're just burning through them today. They're going to take them and put your 6-pack next to the table for you. Thank you, Vikings. Very nice of you. Oh, no, that's a 6-pack, not a Viking. Vikings need to go. Sour grapes, a low-hanging fruit. Blueberries. Blueberries are correct. Number 13. Why did the rabbits go on strike? Why did the rabbits go on strike? It's funny because the ones that I think you guys will miss, you usually get. The ones that I think you guys will get instantly, sometimes you just don't. It's just like, oh, wow. Why did the rabbits go on strike? No more hops to give. I've given all my hops. I'm done. Why did the rabbits? They weren't feeling lucky because they wanted Easter off. Cute. I can see that. That's a valid point, but yeah, that's funny. 25 seconds. Bowman, I wanted a soda. I thought I was going to get one, but no, you have to go and get it right. Why did the rabbits want to go on strike? They wanted a better celery. They wanted a better celery. That is correct. Bowman, you got it. Vikings, thank you very much. Yes, you're going to be tipped later. Don't worry. Okay. And we were getting down to the bottom. Time was clicking by. I'm going, okay, I'm going to get a soda. And then Bowman jumps in there with a better celery. Yep, see? This one I think you guys are going to get pretty quick too. I think this is just going to be the pretty quick day. Okay, so here we go. What goes up but never comes down? What goes up but never comes down? Age. Very good. Albert Mungus. You are correct. What goes up and never comes down is age. I am proof of that. Here I sit, getting older by the minute and losing all my Viking sodas. Clouds. It abbreviates A Among Us. Okay. Oh, Among Us. Okay, cool. A Among Us. Wait, we had that one yesterday. Did we have? No, we didn't. We shouldn't have. You try to wrangle them. Wrangling dad jokes is hard. Prices is good answer too. Prices, well, oh yeah, that's right. We did have that yesterday. We had something, we had one similar. I don't think it was the same one. I'll have to look. Okay, so we are at, what number are we at? We are at number 15. So 1, 2, 12, 13, 14. Correct. We're at the right number of cans. Insurance would be a good answer as well. Yep. Alrighty then, here we go. What do you call a million-year-old dinosaur? What do you call a million-year-old dinosaur? Oil. Fossil is the correct answer. But the oil one did make me laugh. So it is a fossil. But I like the oil one. I have a theory on oil. And I know it's probably silly, but I was thinking about because ever since I was a kid in the 60s, they were saying that oil would run out one day. And I thought about this and it didn't make sense to me. So what if oil had nothing to do with dinosaurs? What if the planet as a living organism creates oil to lubricate its moving continents and stuff like that? What if it's a byproduct of the planet itself? I know it's a silly theory, but it's just something that my adult brain came up with years ago to go, what if? There's a number of diodes in riddles that overjacked. Oh, sorry. Clear that. I forgot that was even running. It actually comes from microcosmic algae, if I don't recall bad. Okay. Yeah, I thought, well, maybe it's a byproduct of the Earth itself that it creates, but who knows? For me, I just never bought the dinosaur thing, but my brain couldn't latch onto that. Cool. Ads will be in 2 minutes, so let's see if we can get a couple more of these out of the way beforehand. Let's see, 16, so we should have 15. We have 15 cans, correct? I don't remember this one either, but okay. What do you call a pig doing karate? What do you call a pig doing karate? That could be an interesting plot for a sci-fi. What happens? Pork chop. Chill the bells. Got it first on my screen. Lubricant of the continents. Yeah. Yeah, the planet's in Gen C stuff. That's pretty good. Albert Mungus. Thank you very much for the follow. Or a Mungus, as you said. Yes. So yes, the correct answer is what do you call a pig doing karate? It is a pork chop. That is correct. You guys, once again, I am running out of opportunities to get a soda today. The next joke is a Star Wars joke. So these ones always give you guys a little bit of trouble. So we're gonna see how this goes. Yes, you got one. Nicely done. I know the answer that I cannot say. Yes, well, we're trying to be safe for work here because a lot of people do listen while they're at work, and that is a real thing. Let's throw this next one out here before the ads come, and hopefully we'll be able to get it done. Okay. What did Leia's adoptive parents say when she used to sleepwalk as a child? What did Leia's adoptive parents say when she used to sleepwalk as a child? Oh, I usually get pretty lucky in the dad joke section when it comes to the Star Wars ones. So we'll see how this goes. Oh God, not again. Funny. This kid is going places. Stop it. Get some help. Leia, get down. Stop walking up there. Ah, cute. 45 seconds. You are skywalking. Ooh, that one's close. It's better than skywalking. Wookiee noises. She's a night walker. That's a Game of Thrones, sorry. Oh, ads, zombies coming. Oh. Okay, we're going to clear the timer, and I'm just going to give it to you. I think... Okay, so we're going to hold off just for a minute and 40 seconds because of stuff. We have some that are so close, I should probably give it to you, in all honesty. Starting up here with You Are Skywalking. That one's very close. It's better than skywalking. You are skywalking, question mark. She is forced to skywalk. You are a skywalker, not a night walker. Rise of the Skywalker. Okay, so this is one that you're just going to get extra time on because you're a skywalker, not a sleepwalker. Did they know she was a skywalker then? That she was adopted? Would someone have told her? Because everybody kind of knew that Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader. So would she have been adopted if they knew her last name was Skywalker? Or would the adoption agency have kept that a secret? My one chance to get a canon, I did it with the zombie attack. So the zombie attack is going to prevent me from getting a canon because there is a correct answer here that I have to give it to you guys for. Or is it something to do with Organa? Ads are finished. Okay, so I made the mistake of starting it late and when the ads are on. However, if I go back up here, let's see where to go. I know there was an answer that was almost dead on, so we have to give it to you guys for that. I just want to make sure that we get the right person. Okay, Big VV put Rise of the Skywalker. The correct answer is, why did Leia's adoptive parents say when she used to sleepwalk? Torgus, Tagoras, thank you very much for the follow. So why did Leia's adoptive parents say when she used to sleepwalk as a child? Uh-oh, it's the Rise of Skywalker. So, Big VV, this is your soda. Because he's the first one that put Rise of Skywalker. So I got to give him that one. That was on a tough one. Yeah. Well, that's just it. Is you guys, the Star Wars ones are usually the ones where I get my points. So I think you guys are going to have your very first ever clean sweep. Well, we will see. One more chance for you to get a soda. There's two more. There's three more chances because we do about 20 a day. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's backwards. We got to go forwards. What is a toad's favorite type of soda? What is a toad's favorite type of soda? A very good at math. Okay. Coca-Cola. I think I have to give it to you, Sneedling, because I think it's spelled wrong in my answer because the answer doesn't make any sense. What is the toad's favorite type of soda? It's a Coca-Cola. I think whoever typed it up did a thing. So technically, Sneedling, you're correct, but Bowman does have the exact wording, the exact lettering, but mine is S. So I'm doing an audible, and Sneedling, you're the closest one first. So you guys now have 3 6-packs. And I don't even have one cola. So they're gonna clear that off and throw this one in there, and I'm gonna have to scoot it over to your guys' side. So let me give you that 6-pack over there for you guys. The Vikings will make sure that you guys get that boxed up when you go. So you have 18-0. What? Why? What? I like the typo as a typo. Yeah, it's a typo. Dr. Peep of the Frog. Dr. Pep Pep Frog. Don't worry, your joy. If we sweep, we share. Yeah, no worries. Okay. Alrighty then, here we go. Oh, forgot to clear that. What has 18 legs and catches flies? What has 18 legs and catches flies? Frogs, toads don't drink though, but they do absorb fluid through their ears. Wow, Sneedling, you're on fire today. That's not a joke. That's not how jokes work. What has 18 legs and catches flies? A baseball team. That is correct, Sneedling. I now have only one opportunity to get a soda today. Explain? Okay, so a baseball team has 9 players that are on the field. Any one of them can catch a fly ball. Technically, there's 9 people catching flies. Each person has 2 legs. Therefore, it has 18. A baseball team has 18 legs and catches flies. Was the explanation helpful? Fair. Okay. Okay, that wasn't to me. So let's go to our last joke today. My very last one for today. My last opportunity. And it's a Star Wars joke, so sadly I don't create the lists. They're randomly created from the list of dad jokes that we collect and riddles that we collect. So I did not purposely put this one last, but here we go. Number 20. Survey says, does R2D2 have any brothers? Does R2D2 have any brothers? Baseball joke is odd, yeah. That tells yes. Does R2D2 have any brothers? No. 46 seconds. Yes, but it's not the droids you're looking for. No, but he has a sister. Yes, no, maybe. Can you repeat the question? Yes. Does R2D2 have any brothers? Yes, there are three. Huh? Yes, C3PO. Nope, 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 and nope. Does R2D2 have any brothers? And time is up in 2-1-0. Your time is up. I will give it just a moment for any last minutes. Nope, no last minutes came in. I think you guys just gave this one to me. Okay, I'm going to put my soda up. And we're going to have some of the first eye rolls today. And maybe a table flip. It depends on how you guys take this particular answer. Does R2D2 have any brothers? Nope. Only transistors. Only transistors. Let the table flipping begin. I miss Grant Lamar. Can't. Yeah, I met Grant at the Labyrinth Yearly Masquerade Ball in LA. I met him there. He was a very nice guy. I was really sad to hear that he had passed away. Okay. I'll see you guys like that one. There's only a couple table flips. But the point that I'm upset about, I'm going to have to check how I'm sorting these things because we need more of them that I get the points for because I really like the fact that you guys have to roll your eyes and flip tables and stuff like that. That's fun for me. I enjoy that part. That's the whole point of dad jokes in the first place. No, it's here, let me see if I can find it's the Labyrinth Masquerade is a masquerade ball that happens every year in LA. And you dress up to all kinds of things. I've gone there as Doctor Who a couple times. I've gone there as a Clockwork Mad Hatter one year. But yeah, you dress up and you go to, it's basically a huge ball, and it's actually a lot of fun. And people from all over LA and actors go there. All kinds of people go there. It's a lot of fun, and it's so if you look at look for the Labyrinth Masquerade online, you should be able to find it. But it's and then there's other there's another one, but I don't remember the name of it. There's another one that's really popular. But it's got a really weird name that I just don't remember offhand because it's been years since I've been even in LA to go. Let's see, Masquerade. Yes, the Labyrinth Masquerade Ball. And it is the next one. When is the next one? No, I guess Hotel. Okay, there is a 2025 one. So there will be one this year, but tickets are a couple $100 a piece or something like that. But if you look up labyrinthmasquerade.com, you will see the website for it. It's a really fun ball, and they all have all kinds of like acts and stuff that are going on, and it's just. But you also dress up as weird as you possibly can for them, so they're a lot of fun. And some of the outfits are just amazing. I mean, you're talking about cosplay times 1,000, and people really go all out for it. I'm trying to see it because I'm trying to remember the last time I went. I think it was 2000. I don't remember, but it's fun because you can do basically people dress up as anything and everything they like. And so you get a good mix of some just really good costumes. And you have some of the best costume makers in Hollywood putting stuff together for it. So it's actually pretty cool. Okay, so that's all the jokes for today. So you guys, and your guys' total today is 19. I got one. And hopefully it's not a pity one. Hopefully you guys actually tried and weren't trying to get me to have one. Back onto its feet. Yeah, everybody put their tables back. Yep. Okay, so let's get the Vikings to come out and clean stuff up. They're going to box up your sodas for you so you can take them with you. And please and always, so that we don't lose our sponsorship, please enjoy the meaty goodness that is a Viking soda. I'm going to take mine and just put it in the back. I'll take it with me when I leave today. Okay, and logos come up and take the timer down. Yeah, I'll work on the timer. Hey, but not transistors yet. Yes, you did say he had sisters. However, you did not say that they were transistors. Not a pity one from me for sure. Well, I know that you guys, most of you guys wouldn't give me a pity one because the whole point is to tear me apart on these things. Yeah, for the labyrinth stuff though, my friend Jessica used to make a lot of costumes for people that were going. And it's just fun if you want to see some of the most just amazing costumes and stuff, go look at their website. And they put them up by year, so you can look at every year and you can see how things went. You wanted a clean sweep, damn it. Well, I didn't. You guys have not had a clean sweep yet, and I'm doing my best to avoid one happening. So, but to be fair, I do have to create the artwork for the slides beforehand, so I'm not sneaking a hard one in at the end just to get a point. It is whatever the algorithm sorts them to be. We had a couple clean sweeps. No, I don't think you did. I'll go back and look, but I think that I got at least one every time. Buzz Kirill, thank you very much for the follow. Those Star Wars ones get us every time. Yes, they do. And what's funny is I took the book because when we first started, I was reading them out of books, and we weren't able to do a whole bunch of them. I mean, we didn't keep track with the cans and stuff like that. That came later, but I literally had 5 dad joke books here on my desk, and I would read like 4 or 5 out of each one. And one of them was a Star Wars one. And the Star Wars one was the one that always got me, got people flipping tables all the time. No one this month. Nope, it was total fair. Okay. Oh, and this one is hard, laugh out loud. Yeah, there are some hard ones. Let me look at tomorrow's list and see how we're doing as far as you can't see them, but I can. But it doesn't matter that I can, because I'm not the one that has to answer them. I just have to sit back and take the meaty goodness that. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's any. I'm not seeing any Star Wars jokes tomorrow. Let's see. Is that no? Nope. No. No, I think Star Wars is out of the picture tomorrow. So you may be able to get. Oh, wait, there's one. Oh, that one's a silly one though. You're going to get that in a heartbeat. Okay, so there are 2 Star Wars jokes in tomorrow's list, according to the algorithm. So we will see. We will see, little woodchucks. The yearlings will have a chance tomorrow, but there will be 2 dad jokes in tomorrow's list because it gives me a list for all of them for this week. So I'm looking on the Friday's list, and yeah, there are 2. There are 2 on there. Unless there's one I missed here, but no, it looks like there is only 2. Okay, so that is for tomorrow. Alrighty then, let us get ready for our next item here. As far as the labyrinth, let me show you a quick picture here of their website. Um, this is what it looks like. Some of the costumes look like in Pan's Labyrinth, or sorry, the Labyrinth Masquerade Ball. And this is from their website. Let me go to the top. So there's some really cool costumes. Some of them are just absolutely amazing. And they always have the ball in, there's an old, I forget what the building was. I think it was a church at one point, but it's really, really old. And you can go and hang out and just do stuff. It's just fun. Yeah. So yeah, but on their website, you can go to galleries, and they literally have galleries for every year. So if we go down to say 14, let's see, this was from 2014. Oh, there's my friend Jessica right there, actually. My friend Jessica. She made the costume she's wearing. There's her husband and her right there. Or right there. Yep, yep. Let's try 15. I was in one of them. I forget which one, but I don't think they probably didn't take a picture of me, but that's okay. View more. Yeah, the older ones you got to load up. But you can see it's just a fun thing. Oh, here's Cusack. Dave Kosak. And his wife. Yeah, there's just some cool stuff. Really, really cool, really fun, really just like get out of your regular headspace for the day and do some fun stuff. Yep, yep. Dig it. Dig it, dig it, dig it. So if you can go, I suggest you go. It's worth it. It's fun. It's a fun way to get out. Show dev time now. Yes, that is what's next. Holy crap. Is that an owl dressed up like Hedwig? Yes, it could be. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of creative people out there doing some real creative things, and it's worth going. But go to their website, check it out. Mass Madman, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, yeah, it's definitely worth going and checking out. If nothing else, just checking out. If you can't make it to go there, go look at their website and look at some of the costumes. Like if you do full screens on them, there's some pretty amazing stuff. You know, and it's much fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they didn't take a picture of me, but I know that there's a picture of my date somewhere in here. But that was a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, or in a California church far, far away. You almost said neat, cute. I think it looks very cool. Okay, let me get our pages together here. Where's my list? Here is my list. You got to go to Discord. Yeah, we're pretty lax here. I try to keep to the schedule as best I can. Sometimes I get off on the schedule. You know, sometimes it just gets away from me. But we try to keep things moving correctly. But like I said, we're go to, I just sent the announcement out, so we're going to head over to our design room. You know, so we got our game dev section. We do have ads starting literally any second. So the zombies, we're going to have a zombie attack here in a second. Then we'll start talking about the things that I was thinking about last night. And I will have to step away just for a minute during the zombie attack. So we will do that. And we'll try our new Control P function because I haven't used it yet. So let's wait for the zombies. They should be coming. Do not be afraid to at him. Well, yeah, you have to at me because I get really locked into what I'm talking about and stuff like that, or what I'm working on if I'm working on something, and it gets kind of out of control to where I don't look up. You know, I'm still trying to make a thing. So So Savvy can hit me with a pay attention. Here comes the zombies. See that? And I didn't even make it back in time. Damn it. Okay. I was wondering, for your concept art request, do you have any more details behind? Well, we're going to talk about that right now. We're going to talk about what basically our game is and what we're doing. Now, let's do a quick rundown. Like I said, it started out as a question that was asked on our stream as to if I was to start making a game today, what would I do? Was what the question was. And there's a lot of new people, so we'll discuss that here real quick. Let me get the page up. And so what I had said was that I would take a big piece of graph paper and basically start throwing ideas onto that piece of graph paper. But because I said earlier, is I didn't have the ability to throw a piece of graph paper up on the camera and stuff, we went to Miro instead. So let me show you our Miro board that we started on. Let's go. I think it's this one. Should be this one. Let's take our logo down, of course. Where is our logos? There it is. It has to go away. There. So we started out here, and what we did was basically we started out with this here, which is just like, okay, we have 3 characters. You know, we have the kid, we have the I'm gonna fix that real quick here. Let me fix the window. We have the kid, we have the grandfather, we have all that stuff, and we have the grandfather's brother. You know, his grandfather's twin brother, and this is what we basically started out with, and that's not what I wanted to do. I want to do this one. Okay, just trying to make this window bigger is all. Okay, it's not going to go any further that way. Not going to go any further that way. Okay, well, then we'll just zoom in. I really don't like how OBS handles stuff. But so we started off with, okay, we have the kid, We have his grandfather, and then we have his grandfather's brother. And that was basically the story. The kid goes off to a faraway land. He comes back, and grandpa's missing. So, and basically the overall story was that grandpa was kidnapped by his brother because his brother wanted secrets from him for the family fortune or whatever. And there were no, they weren't Vikings, they weren't anything. We had no concept for the world itself or anything else. So we started just building something out. So we're like, okay, so we have a basic village. First, we have like Granddad's house, and this was just us throwing stuff up on the wall. So it was just like, okay, we're putting post-it notes on the wall. We had, okay, Granddad's house, which is where the boy and the granddad lived. We had Granddad's training, because maybe he had a little dojo where he taught people. We had a clinic where Granddad would help the people in town for medical needs and stuff like that, because he was a wise guy. And then different things that were in the forest. And the green this was our forest area, and Granddad lived in the forest with his grandson. And there was a lake and all this other stuff. So we started talking about, then we started talking about the town itself and what's in the town. And we started going, okay, what's in the town? There's a bakery, there's a meat shop, there's a general store, there's a restaurant, a blacksmith, town square, boarding house, stables. We just started throwing everything up there. What kind of things are up there? Carpenters, clothing guys, tailors, barbers, candle makers, pottery shops, schools, all that stuff. So we started building out what's in town. Then we said, okay, well, if the granddad's brother is pretty much opposite of Granddad, then we said, okay, and there's a mine. And I said, okay, well, we'll have 16 levels for the mine. And then we'd have all the stuff. So there's the granddad's brother's house, all the things that are bad about the mine. Then the mine has its own clinic with a nurse and a doctor. We just started putting ideas up there. What's there? The foreman's hut, all those kind of things. I know this is a pretty lengthy conversation, lengthy explanation, but I think that's fine right now, because I usually try to keep it shorter. So then we went, okay, well, what about the mines? Do I have to worry about designing mines? So I said, okay, you know what? You can go to a place like dungeon.app /dungeon. And I just made up some seed codes and said, okay, we now have 16 levels for the mine that were made by that. And we just put them in there, and I kind of put them in randomly, but connected them by stairways and stuff like that. So we at least have something in there. And we wouldn't spend a lot of time worrying about designing mines yet. What we do is we just use this for now so that we have a placeholder. And so that's where this all came out of. And then we started working on story points and stuff like that, where, let's see, that's the older one. We'll use the newer one. So one of the things that was going to happen was and we have it in the game build that we have right now, is that he would have when he went to start looking for his grandfather, he would be advised by the wise man in town that runs the temple to go to the crypt of his grandparents, and they would help. Their spirits would help advise him what to do next. They would also, we're talking about that they would give him advice. They would also give him skill sets. They would give him wisdom. And then we wrote some simple sample dialogue and stuff like that. Just real simple things, Then we started just basically fleshing everything out. So we went, okay, what are our story points? What could we have for an opening? And even that's changed. So a lot of the stuff doesn't exist anymore, but it's where we began. And we just started putting stuff up here and breaking it all down. And then we talked about reputation, and there'll be certain things in there that gives him a negative reputation. There are other things that give him positive reputation. And then people would treat him according to what his reputation score is. And so we just started breaking it down. Then this was things we need, different things that we're going to need as far as artwork and stuff like that. This was all very basic. We also had a farm area as well as a train stations for not just the townspeople, but also one for the mines. So they would have their own train station for sending whatever it is they dig up, you know. And then what was this? That was nothing down there. That's all we talked about that. So this is where we began, and we started putting these ideas together, and then we started saying, okay, what about side paths and stuff like that? What are the side quests, things that aren't on his main path, but what are that are there? And so we started writing out his main path, things that he has to do in order to progress in the game, and then but not like the other things that people give him to do, which will be a completely different thing. And we started putting together a spreadsheet, which is over here. So we started putting together a spreadsheet with each of the people in town, and then what quests they would give him at each level he's at. So because I'm like, okay, well, as the axe boy would at level, if our character's level 0, he says, I need more axes, and he would go and find him more axes, you know, that kind of thing. But this spreadsheet here, or this block of stuff, was what they would give him based on what level he is, so that we just have a running thing for it, so we always have it. And what was this one? Oh, this was the animations. We started breaking down what animations we need for our main character, and then how many frames are in each one and stuff like that. Like I said, we're pretty way back at the beginning. And these were the notes we were taking the other day, because we were having a session of just talking about stuff. Is when were the Vikings removed from this dimension into the other dimension? It would be before they ran into the Saxons. Was something we talked about. They're in another dimension. They have to start completely over. You know, they gain steam tech for whatever reason. Maybe Steve thought it up. You know, they have to make everything from it. The mine stuff. The forest people are more enlightened. Now, this is where I was having trouble doing this, but I figured out last night what to do in regards to the steampunk people that work and live in the mines and come to town, and the other people, which we were saying they're enlightened Vikings or whatever, you know. So I figured out what I would like to do with that, and it does change one of the big things that I talked about. And one of the biggest thing it's going to change is the ancestor stuff, because it's going to take our ancestors and basically remove them. And here's why. I know that sounds weird, but it's, instead of going to the crypt to the ancestors, we have our two factions. We have the grandfather faction, and we have the grandfather's brother faction. The grandfather's brother faction is all steampunk Vikings, which is what we're talking about. And we're talking about concept art for them, because we're trying to understand them. The grandfather side is traditional Vikings, meaning the original Vikings, the original beliefs. So instead of having the ancestors like we have here, the statues that are destroyed aren't the ancestor statues. They are the gods' statues, the gods they brought with them. So we can have Odin and Frigg and Thor and stuff as statues, and then they can learn from those gods as they replace their temples, their altars for each one, instead of our ancestors. It gives us a whole new thing, because then we're like, now we have a reason why they're separate. They're separate because there is the traditionals, and then they're separate because there is the steampunk types. So what we did once we had like this basic breakdown here, which is what we went through in the beginning, I said, for me designing something, I need a place I can walk around in. So I said, why don't I take Game Maker and build us a world that we can walk around with and try some things and stuff like that. And I'm going to bring our very first. So I knew nothing about Game Maker, absolutely nothing, and I knew that you could make games in it, but after that, never touched it, never used it because it was never anything that I had to learn, or care about. I opened the wrong one here. Let me open the right one. Open recent. We want this one. So because I knew nothing about it, our first attempt was absolutely hilarious. Let me, I'm going to pull that up for you. So let me get a Game Maker up here. So I'm like, okay, I'm a smart guy. I can figure this out. So we went and I made this. Let me pull that down. And I'm like, okay, so I went into Game Maker and I took a 4-part tutorial and I watched the tutorial and I went into Game Maker and I made this little mock-up. So here is Granddad's house, and then we have let me click on this so that you can see the mouse. Yeah, okay. So here's my little character. He's just a dot. Here's Granddad's bed. Here's my bed, or our character's bed. Here's their kitchen. Here's their little living room area, And so let me do a build so we can, I think I already have a build of this one. Let me look for it real quick. So we did that. We also built the little, the town. So this is the town, and if you look at the white box at the top, that's the size of our viewing screen. So you can see I knew so little about Game Maker that my scale was completely freaking off. And but we did have our happy little trees, which is one of our emotes in there. Let's see. That's a great idea. Yeah, so that's what I came up with last night, was the idea of splitting them that way, because I thought I wanted a reason why, but it also goes back to, because I'm talking about the two factions. It also goes back to, you have to be able to, even though you love an idea, and I love the family crypt idea really, really much. It was like one of the anchors for me for the game, but it didn't work. It did not work with the direction that we changed to in the last week, going to steampunk Vikings and stuff like that. It just didn't work. So my brain went, okay, well, what is the difference between the two? And that made the most sense to me. The steampunk slice of life, is it abandoned and abundant and in most of their life, or is it like, okay, no, it's for the people who live in town and the mine, it is their life. It is 100% all about their life. For the grandfather side, they're more about the traditional Viking beliefs and gods and stuff like that. Another thing that made me think about splitting them like that was I was watching American Gods a couple weeks ago, and that one made me think, oh, we could do something completely different and come up with some stuff. Happy trees, always happy trees. Sorry, I'm looking for any other questions. It's awesome you're doing it. I love game dev streams. Yours is one of the best I've watched. Oh, wow. Because of the types of decisions you entertain. Yeah, you have to entertain all ideas. You guys, a lot of the ideas from the stuff we're doing now were brought by you guys. So we had, when I did my tutorial, we went and built every single building. We did all that stuff for in town. And obviously massive scale problems. So then I went and I did God, what is it? Sarah Spalding's 51-part Game Maker Studio tutorial. And I learned that my scales were completely off and that my scope was completely off and that I needed to make some adjustments. So I went and did her her tutorial, which I suggest if you want to learn Game Maker, it's really, really good. It's 4 years old, but it's okay. It's good to go learn. So let me see if I can bring our new one. So that led us to build this one. Sorry about that. That's Steve. Hello, Steve. How you doing? So this is our new town. It's much smaller, and you can see by the white square, which is our screen. This is what our new town looks like. And we have that one. Let me center everything here. This is our title screen. This is our one of our forest areas. You know, this is our village. This is Grandpa's hut, and then his clinic. We kind of got rid of the dojo because it didn't kind of fit. You know, now we can build this out to where it's a smaller version. It's just a small part of a small town. I would say no more than 5 buildings in it, based on the new idea that I just kind of threw out there. You know, then we had our forest between Grandpa's house and the village, and then here's our town. So our town's a lot more compact, and because I didn't have people to put in it, I went to an AI and just got said, okay, build me some Vikings. You know, so they built us little Vikings. You know, they drew us some Vikings, and we used them as stuff. So now we can, and I'll do this real quick because I don't know if the build is working. I will do the build, and we'll run the build. And yes, it does have this button here that you can do a preview run on, but for some reason on my system, it kills OBS, so we can't do it that way. So I actually just have to create a build and run the build, and that works out fine. So it only takes a couple seconds, and you'll see that in a minute because the game is coming up now. So thanks to Sarah's tutorials, we were able to take a huge jump forward, even though I had to take literally, I think it was 5 or 6 weeks to actually finish them all. So it seemed like forever. So this is where our game is kind of at now, but it is playable. It has all the stuff, and you can walk around the town, and you can go in and talk to people. Like I said, there's still some issues, but you can talk to everybody. So all the technology's in there for doing that. You know, but this week we decided that making the town steampunk Vikings would actually be kind of cool. Now, but as of today, when I threw the idea out there to make them traditional versus steampunk, there's a lot of things that we can do there. Like, we'll now build this up to where it's not just 2 huts, it may be 5, you know, and it's people that still go by the old gods and still sacrifice to the old gods. And I think that's kind of cool. That can be kind of cool. And it's something that we can play with, you know. I'm sorry, I'm seeing it was not to be an analytical killjoy, but have you done into Steam and made a list of games in the same genre to learn from? No, I have not. I have not put that up because that's not what I was asked. You know, I'm not worried about the monetization of this game. I'm worried about making a good game. What do you mean by sacrifice? That has to be decided. I don't know how the Vikings like celebrated their gods. I'm not that deep into what Vikings did, so it's something I have to learn, because this was originally not Vikings. It never was supposed to be Vikings, but we just used Vikings as a standpoint. So I don't know what kind of sacrifices Vikings made to their gods. So and now we have zombies. Sparta. 9 chickens, 9 goats, and 9 men. Okay. No, I have not, because the thing is the games that I liked way back when, this is what started me even thinking about using Game Maker for our mock-up, is I really like Secret of Mana, the original Zelda, all those things. I like those top-down perspective 2D games. And I don't think enough of them are being made these days. And I think that there's a good opportunity there. Is the aim for 2D? Right now it's 2D. Because one of the things the reason I even did the mock-up was because it gives us a world to test things in and to try things in. Now, once we finish it, if it's a fun thing to do and it's a fun game, we might leave it in 2D, or we may take the whole thing over into a 3D program, Unreal or one of them, and say, okay, let's rebuild this whole thing in there. Because we know we have an idea that's fun and can work with. It could also be done in a 3D world and stuff like that. So it's more about testing ideas and coming up with things that work and find out if it's fun to play or not. You'd be able to get a sprite file that you roughly... We don't have any art whatsoever. This is all just stuff I threw together. Even the characters that we have in here are from the tutorial that Sarah put together. They're not ours. I have changed the artwork because I'm trying to get all of their artwork out of it as soon as possible. Those are what they sacrificed. Okay, cool. One of each species for each of the main Norse gods. Oh, cool. Would you still be willing to look at crypt designs? I know that you didn't see it fitting within the scope, but I have some ideas about how it might look. Perhaps I could, yeah, just put it in the Discord and I'll take a look at it. Okay. Yeah, but now the crypt is going to probably be removed and be replaced by the others. So for those of you that don't know, we did build a graveyard up here in the top of we go up here past the temple. We do have a graveyard and we have some silly stuff in it because it's funny, you know. Because it's funny stuff. I like funny stuff. Died while attempting to surf the tsunami. Hold my beer. This is going to be legendary. Carrie White died in a battle with a great mage. He said I looked fat in my prom dress. Silly stuff. And then we had built the family crypt up here. And there's the ghost of Steve. So, ooh, I'm Steve the Scary Ghost, which we put in yesterday just as fun. But each of these was supposed to represent one of his ancient family members. But the problem I came up with was this, is if they were brought from the other dimension, I don't think that we can justify coming into the story 9 generations later. I like the idea of coming into the story as early as possible, which means that there would be no ancestors really buried here. They would be buried back on Earth, you know. So I thought that it would be better if Grandpa and his group still worship the old gods, and then people in town in the mine would be the steampunk. They're advancing to steampunk and all that other stuff. So like I said, this idea in its entirety is only 13 weeks old. So we do not have a lot of stuff. Grandpa lived on Earth. I don't know that answer. You know, were mom and dad born on Earth? Those are things that we're going to have to answer. So I would say Grandpa would probably, if we do a thing where Grandpa came and everybody came through the dimension when the Grandpa was, say, 10, which is an important age. My understanding from the conversation we were having the other day is an important age for Viking boys because that's when they can stand up and do whatever. I have to learn my Viking lore. I don't know it. But if the grandfather was 10 when they came through, it gives enough time for the small faction to be created and for the steam part faction to start. Connect to the earth and ancestors and learn powers through them. That was the idea, yes. That was the original idea, but now we're going to make the ancestors, in fact, in the original write-ups, I'll show you, go back to the design page here. In the original write-ups, if we go to them, and these were written like, I think the first week, is as you put together the ancestors' broken tombs, like first ancestor, the great-great-great-grandfather might teach you the power of the lion's roar. And I just made these things up off the hand. So great-grandmother would teach you the turtle shell, which is gives you great defense powers. But now great-grandfather would give you falcon sight, which means you can see things far away. What if the grave markers are simple and for people they believe they lost during the dimensional separation? Maybe. That's an interesting idea. The idea being that if some of the gravestones would be for people they left behind, that could be fascinating. They might even have and we could work this into the game lore. They might even have a day of remembrance each year for the people they've left behind. That could be something pretty cool. What if the grave marker comes from lost? I feel like there is far too many ideas thrown and none really kind of connect with each other to enhance the story or gameplay. Well, that's because it's, like I said, we're only 13 weeks into this and we work on it about 2 hours a day, sometimes less. We used to only work on it for an hour a day. So we are very much in the beginnings of this. That's why we're kicking every idea around. Where the version we have now, where there's a separation between them, and we can now, if we go with what I'm talking about, we can now identify what the separation is, because we couldn't before. It makes more sense with what kind of people Vikings were, in my opinion. And no, we're not that far along. And if we were a normal, let's say 12 people in a room, 8 hours a day, 7 days or 5 days a week, this, instead of 13 weeks, I would see the equivalent would be we're 2 days in to an idea for a game. I might have missed this, but did they travel through dimensions for a particular reason? We haven't even thought of that yet. Was there a war, famine, or was it Ragnarok? I don't know the answer to that, and that's something that we will have to work out. All we know for sure is that they came through the dimensional portal before they went to the Saxons, before they attacked the Saxons or interacted with the Saxons. That's the only thing that we've actually said from them leaving to being here. Are there rumors and myths of it opening at random? Oh, of course, there has to be. You want to have an idea that there's and it may be the grandfather's followers. They may be the ones that believe one day the portal's going to open and they're going to go back. I think that makes sense based on them following the old gods, is they don't want to go back and be traitorous to the old gods. Yeah, this is literally And literally, we just are talking online, and this is what we've come up with. And it was a thought experiment to begin with, and then we started working on other things for it, and it's expanding out so we can learn different things. And here's where, and this one here is where the whole steampunk thing came from, because we only came up with the idea for steampunk like Monday. Was it Monday? I think so. Yeah. Because we can incorporate steampunk and clockwork and things like that. So that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't think it's so they can Bowman's. I don't think it's so they can fit in. I think it's so that I think they believe that if they don't keep to the old ways, if they do go back, the gods will reward them for that. If they go to the new ways and go back, the gods will punish them. That's what they believe. You got an explanation if you use Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connects the realms. Odin could have teleported them. Oh, maybe. Yeah, like I said, I have a lot to learn in regards to Viking lore. My job is to get them lost. My job is not to do anything else. I wish I could stay, but I need to sleep for work. Please, yes, go sleep for work. Chess Queen, thank you very much for hanging out with us. Yeah, and that's a good thing for us too, is because there's so much lore that already exists with regards to Vikings and stuff like that, and we're looking at the old beliefs. There's a lot of stuff in there. In fact, I mentioned Gaiman's book, Norse mythology, which I read years ago, and I have to go back and read again so that I can come up with this stuff, but come up with more stuff. But I think that picking the nine major gods of Norse mythology and equating them to lessons that our character needs to learn and what abilities they can give him or her, then we can actually make something pretty cool. Because he could become the champion of the old gods by putting them back in, by putting their altars back in place and fixing them and all that stuff, and then not completely reverse the steampunk stuff, but incorporate it into the steampunk belief system in the end of the game, something like that. It's just it's an interesting concept, and I think we're getting somewhere now, because I literally, like I said, I had a lot of conflict with in my head because I couldn't understand why Grandpa would be separate once we went to the steampunk idea. And I think going back to him being a traditionalist to the old gods and his followers being the traditionalists to the old gods makes sense. Yeah, I'm a huge believer in Joseph Campbell. So I every now and then I'll go back and watch the 6-part series that he did way back in the 70s and 80s with George Lucas, talking about storytelling throughout human history. Good stuff. No, I think we should. I don't think. I don't know if. I don't believe it should be classic steampunk. I think it needs to be a variation based on Viking lore, because I don't think classic steampunk would have happened. They're inventing it on their own based on their beliefs, and I would look at it from that point of view. Okay, this is going to be a long one. Okay, but I'll try to summarize potential lore. The island they are on is teleported by Bifrost to an unknown realm. They cannot escape by ship because of Great Serpent, and they are close to the frozen island of the giants and constantly under siege. Some believe it is a blessing, for they are the greatest warriors. Others believe it is a slow punishment for their extinction, splitting the two groups. Interesting. So ruin power steam machines, yes. That's kind of cool, yeah. Jellyhammer, that actually sounds quite interesting. Sparta, I think you're right on that. I think that it's more a punishment for not splitting the two groups, but a punishment for stepping away from the original gods. If that makes sense. That's what the grandfather believes. The other, the followers of his brother might believe what you're saying is that because they're split and they're not all together, that's why the attacks keep coming. But it's cool because we get to write basically two sets of lore, and that to me is always interesting. I like it when there's more than just one side to any NPCs that you run into. That they have a storyline as too. And I've mentioned this before when we created the Machinima team back at Blizzard. Is I wanted to know what the character on the street in WoW was thinking. I didn't want to know what the developers were thinking. I didn't want to know what the player was thinking. I wanted to know what the character on the street in Orgrimmar was thinking while he's going and getting his buckets of water or whatever he's doing. So that creates your two groups: the believers who are waiting for reinforcements of the gods, and the heathens who are ready to do anything to survive. I wouldn't go far as to, I want to make sure that both of our beliefs believe that they are doing the right thing. Because some of the best villains I've ever seen in games and movies and stuff like that believe what they're doing is right, even while they're doing horrible things. Ancient ruins to imbue themselves with the magic of the gods, and the heathens have spent the last few decades advancing science and creating war machines capable of taking on the giants. Okay, yeah, that's something like that works out great. Because you can still create war machines with new technology and still have a belief system. Correct. They both have to believe that they're leading their people to salvation. And we don't ever really see that much open fighting between the two groups. The two groups are still working for the same thing to try to get the giants back. They're just doing it in different ways to fight the giants off and all that. They're just doing it in different ways. So, and each of them believes that their way is the right way, and one believes that their way is the right way because the gods will rain treasure down upon them because they kept to the old ways and worship the gods. And the others believe that the gods are going to reward them because they've taken the gods to the next level. I haven't played Frostpunk. I've never heard of it. I'll go look at it. Like they'll never get in Valhalla if their tools of war do not do the fighting for them versus possibly that's actually a good way to put it. Is if their tools are doing the fighting and they're not hand-to-hand fighting, then they'll never get to Valhalla because you only get to Valhalla for fighting yourself yeah. Put in by dismissing the knowledge of steam power. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things to play with there. And like I said, we only just, the steampunk thing, I believe, only came up on Monday. And we had talked about just just the people that are on here every day coming up with some concept art and stuff like that. And then we expanded that because we thought it was a good idea. But yeah, very briefly, Frostpunk is a management game that where the tagline is the city has to survive, where you make very tough moral choices. No, I don't think, I think that some of you new guys may not realize, but I don't want to lose the, we're experiencing the game from the grandson's perspective and eyes. You know, because his grandfather is still missing. We can still do the grandfather missing thing when he comes back from the faraway town. You know, and he still has to go into town and try to figure out what happened to his grandfather, and we can still do the thing where the grandfather's brother took the grandfather. You know, and the whole point of the game is for him to find and rescue his grandfather. So I think that that still stays. Very briefly. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and there will be moral choices, and that's why in fact, let me get it up on screen here. That's why we had this here. Let me see where it is. Here it is. Is your reputation bar. Is you have a life bar, but you also have a reputation bar. And based on where your reputation number is how people in town treat you. People who you go to get help from treat you. If you're in the negative, if your balance bar or your reputation bar is in the negative, then they're going to treat you poorly. If it's in the positive, they're going to treat you good. If you're neutral, they're going to be all right. They're going to be hit or miss whether they're going to help you or something like that. Heathens are names that must be workshopped. Yeah, heathens is a tit. I want to keep away from the negative connotation words as much as possible, especially since I would go back to what did the original Vikings before the Saxons call people that disagreed with them. I think I want to keep to more traditional that without getting into modern day words that have negative connotations that wouldn't be applied to that time. Yeah, just have a separation, because we can say traditionalists, and then okay, traditionalists would be the grandfather's one. I don't know what I would call the other ones, because they're not doing a bad thing. They're just doing it differently. Yeah, both groups still live together in town, all that kind of stuff. All those kind of things are still there. And we have our zombie attacks, so. Yes, we're just trying to flesh out the world. You're absolutely right. And it is the hero's journey, and Joseph Campbell's model still stands up, you know. Worm food. No, we don't call them worm food. They called people that disagreed with. Did they really call them worm food? That's interesting. I did not know that. I thought you were joking. I have to go back and watch. I think I'm going to go back and watch the 13th Warrior. There were some interesting things in that I thought that could be. I don't know. I for some reason I feel I need to go back and watch that movie. And if don't like worm food, shark beat. Should we have an excuse for having the factions still live together? I don't see a problem with the factions still living together. I mean, there are the from the way I think about it is there are the main leaders of the traditionalist group that live near and around Grandfather in the Forest. But there are followers of both, because we can say that the mines are the central location for the belief in steampunk, and then the city, the town is actually both, has both living together and all that, because they do have a common enemy in the giants, and we would need to address that. But their fighting is never really against each other per se, but that's why the grandfather being taken is such a out of normal thing that happened, and why the grandson is trying to find him. I don't think we need an excuse. They're still in a foreign dimension. They still have to count on each other to survive. Yeah, it would, but we only came up with the idea of Vikings and stuff on Monday. So, but I can't argue with that. Yes, learning the mythology. In fact, that's what we had talked about with Gaiman's book, Norse Mythology, is a pretty good one. Yeah, they had some interesting ideas in the 13th Warrior. I know that it wasn't. They did some cool stuff. One of the things they did in that movie that I thought was fascinating is when he started understanding their language. I thought the way they handled that was really, really good. Oh, our ads are done. Zombie has gone. Zombies have left the building. Yeah, so we also talked about like things that were in the forest and stuff like that, and all this stuff is sounds that we'll need and music themes and all that kind of thing. So we were just throwing ideas out and putting stuff up. Now we're actually, one thing that we did not do in this beginning part and all that is we never talked about what world it was in. And Monday was kind of like, okay, let's start talking about that, because we have a basic setup in Game Maker, and where basically there's a lot of obstacles because we don't know what world we even live in, what the world itself looks like, or things like that, or what kind of people are in it. And that's when we started talking about the steampunk and all that other stuff. Yes, that's what I was just thinking of, is maybe the groups they've meshed together pretty equally, but the brother kidnapping granddad is something new that hasn't happened before. And one of the ideas that came out earlier was that the brother kidnapped granddad because he wanted the secrets of the family treasure. I think that's kind of, I don't think that fits here, but Hero, thank you very much for the follow. But so we need a better reason for the brother to kidnap granddad now. And I think it has to do with something of maybe the brother isn't happy that the factions are getting along, the two factions are getting along so well. Or maybe he thinks that the brother's hiding something from him, that the granddad is hiding something from his brother. But I just don't know what it is yet, because we're still pretty new on this. So, maybe even the call for concept art was a little too early, but I need visuals to get my creative stuff going, which is why I built the little town in Game Maker in the first place, is so that I could walk around the town and get a feel for it. Wouldn't best way to flesh out a world be first learning? Yes, it would. I I'm not arguing with that. Yes, you're absolutely right. It would be first learning all the mythology and all that for that. But that's not how this started. This started as just an answer to a question. And we're only just now getting the idea of what world it lives in. So sorry, I'm scrolling through and looking for things to say at your joy, and I may have already answered that. It seems like a pretty awesome, yeah, but you should be asking. I need no. Where is that question? Sparta, if you want to make a group that goes against the gods with science, could their housing architecture also include a lightning rod that harnesses the power of electricity? Yeah, we can explore all those ideas. Where do they get their power from? All that kind of stuff. And that's one of the reasons why we have Steve, which is Steve is a genius who thinks about these kind of things, and probably built things like water wheels and things like that to generate power from the rivers and things like that, so that they had all that kind of stuff. And maybe he did build a battery system that uses lightning rods that are in the house, in the tops of the buildings. And then every now and then someone gets fried on one, but that's okay. Yeah, they could be farmers, hunters, but they could also be. One thing I do know about Norse mythology is they can be farmers, they can be all that stuff, but they still have a never-ending drive to go out and fight. So the giants do give them a reason to go out and do that. Sparta, he's reading through a pretty thick book on mythology at the moment, so that is in the process already. What is that for? Sorry, I'm backtracking on stuff. Wouldn't it be? Yes, I'm working on it. But that's another thing that we talked about before too. Is even when I was learning Game Maker Studio, you get to certain points, you have to go and learn things. You can't just go, okay, it's done. You can't take the easy way out. You got to do your homework. You absolutely have to do your homework. Now that we have settled on, or presumably settled on, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to set it up. Now we know the avenues of the things we have to go and learn. Norse mythology is one of them. And it has to be Norse mythology before the Saxon interference or influence, not interference. That's a stupid word to use. The Saxon influence into their mythology, because we want to keep it to the original. So we have to go learn that. Yeah, and you can build based on your comment. I need no name. It could be Thor's power plant. Brought to you by Thor. Electricity brought to you every day by Thor. I Break Code says, I think it would be cool if he kidnapped him to learn secrets of the other faction, but it's also a double ploy for him to do something bad. Probably. But he had a vision through Odin's crow that he had to do this to avoid destruction of their people. Could do something like that. Yeah, because we can do interstitial type cutscenes. And we can, it actually might be kind of interesting to do it as you only get an interstitial cutscene when a crow comes around. So if we show, like in the town, a night shot of the town, and we show a crow going over the screen or over the town, that's a signal that Odin is sending a message, and we can build an interstitial movie for that, which could be a lot of fun to make those kind of animations and stuff like that. I actually like that idea. I Break Code. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah. A vision through Odin's crow. Really good idea. Because that's also a way we can carry on some of the storylines. Because we could also make some things Odin's fault in that Odin sends a crow to the brother that says one thing and a crow to the grandpa that says something else. Then we could do the old, I only did it differently because I'm testing them to make sure to make sure that they still believe in me. We haven't had time to procrastinate doing yet. I have. I agree. I have. In fact, one of the things I talked about earlier this week was that I need to start building a schedule for things that need to be done and when. Yeah, it might even be Loki kidnapping one of Odin's crows and just causing mischief. Could be the brother suspects paranoia that the grandpa knew how to get back home, or at least the knowledge about the portals. Maybe. Okay, that's me. Would Steve be considered by others like Hiccup was in the first How You Train Your Dragon movie? I don't remember the first I don't remember the How You Train Your Dragon movie, so I'll have to go back and watch it. But maybe, I mean, because they're geniuses, but they're also kind of loony. No, Vikings in no way. There is no way that any Viking would be a pacifist. They just don't fight each other. They fight people that are coming at them. So like the giants or maybe creatures that actually live in that dimension that we haven't named yet, but I don't think that they live together pacifists. I'm sure that there's still going to be fights that break out in the center of town every now and then because somebody gets upset about something. But pacifists are not, it's not a word I would use for any Viking anywhere. And then we haven't even discussed berserkers yet. So, because we can put a berserker in the bar that every time anybody says anything, he gets all riled up. At the point where they can leave, the brother wants to fight, but can't fight with half an army. It's an interesting thought. It's because the grandpa could have been working on ways to reopen the portal, but doing it in such a way that he's trying to get the gods to teach him how to do it. Or if you want it to be a darker, you can have it so he kidnapped the grandfather to find the location of Strill. That word has come up several times. To hang from it to gain all the notes. Okay. I remember that name because I think that was at one point when we were throwing around names. In fact, let me find it on this screen here. I think that was one of the names that came up to name it when we were originally throwing around names. Yes, it was. Yggdrasil. Let me go back to this screen. So this was long ago. But these were all the different names. Right now, I just have a code name Toby on it. But Yggdrasil was one of the words that was named for it. And maybe now it's more apparent. But we were just kind of throwing out names to code name the project. And that came from one of the yearlings from the Scandinavian areas. So they knew much more about this stuff than I did, and probably always will. I heard God of War really messed up some Norse mythology. What about the uncle wants the treasure to bring forth the world serpent of Ragnarok so he can end the old gods and make the world an image of machines or steampunk. Maybe. That's an interesting theory. The brother wants to advance his machines by using the secrets of the mysterious Rowan works. He's had visions of them being able to annihilate the frost giants, but Grandpa doesn't want to get involved with those machine abominations. But if Uncle kills Grandpa, he loses that knowledge, so we have to kidnap him and get it for our hands. Yeah, pacifists are one of the worst swear words in Viking culture, probably. Almost as bad as worm food? There should be a question mark on that. It would be funnier. That's the great tree. That was me. Maybe a good code name to use would be mistletoe, given that was the plant that killed the one Viking god, I can't remember his name, and set off Ragnarok. Maybe. We can add it on there. It's one thing about paper. This is what I was talking about when we were putting this stuff together. Paper's free. You know, so you can throw all kinds of ideas on paper. And you know what? It's not going to cost you a damn bit. Boom. Except for the price of the paper and maybe a pencil. So we put mistletoe on there as well. But that's just it. That's what throwing the ideas around was for, was to come up with all this stuff. And this is where we're at, you know. So, but for me, like I said, I need visuals. I need conversations like this, you know, those kind of things. We don't have that here because it's only me. I'm the only one here, and I'm the only one working on this stuff on this side. Americans Gods, I actually brought up earlier today because I think that is a really good where some of my ideas were coming from in regards to having the old and the new. Because one of the things that they do really good in American Gods, which is, by the way, is also written by Gaiman, if I remember correctly, who wrote Norse mythology. He also wrote Good Omens, which is just brilliant. You know, and I'm big fans of David Tennant and Michael Sheehan. So I don't know if it ends well yet. I haven't finished it. But I like the idea that the old gods were a lot of times in direct conflict with the new gods. And I found that extremely fascinating in regards to American Gods. You know, I actually mentioned American Gods at the beginning of the show today because I was thinking about it, and it kind of made me think about the old and new. And I'm pretty sure the grandfather would always be old gods, where his brother had took a more we're in this world, we have to change way of thinking about things. Freya was the goddess of war. And was she the goddess of war? I thought she was Frigg. Frigg was the goddess of marriage and love and all that stuff. Here, let's see. I think I looked them up. Let me see. I have the hierarchy of. Okay, so let's look at it. So, where is Freya? There's Frigg, goddess of marriage, fertility, family and health, wife of Odin. Okay, Frey, goddess of beauty. Let's see, make sure that's on the screen. Freya is goddess of beauty, love, fertility, gold, war, death, and sorcery. Lady of folk, Vanger, and sister of Frey, who is the god of summer, sunshine, rain, prosperity, peace, happiness, lord of and brother of Freya. So yeah, I am looking them up, but we will definitely, game in Norse mythology is if that's the correct book. Yes, could you? I will put it in recommendations after the show today. Ads will happen in 2 minutes. Okay. I love that from Game of Thrones. Well, where the old and the new gods seem to have their eras. Yeah, I think it's important to do that. I think it's important to because it gives us a place in the story. It gives us an original conflict in the story. It also gives us the opportunity to fix that conflict going forward. And maybe we'll have that answer. I don't have it at the moment, but we can come up with one. Can't forget the mighty space cow who began the world. Okay, I did not know about the mighty space cow. I don't see him on the list. Mighty space cow. Let's do a search for cow. Find cow. I do not know why my search does not work on my on this crap. Just don't work. I don't know who these people are. They need to go away. But yeah, my theory was that if we take the main, it doesn't even have to be the top 9, but I do want nine gods from Norse mythology that we can build the temples to, and that our character can go and rebuild their temples to get new abilities and powers. You could also go the Pierce Jackson and the Olympians route, where the old gods adapt to cover more modern things like Hermes and Male. Does Hermes have the best delivery service? I mean, he is pretty fast, right? You saw Bill Barr in there? Bill Burr? Possibly. It may have been a commercial running on the bottom. It's probably a commercial up here. But yeah, so if we took obviously we'll use Odin. Obviously we'll probably use Thor and Loki. It depends on what skills they can give us and how that adapts to the game that we're playing and that we're building. Yeah. As we go to zombie attacks. Okay, I'll go back. Okay. I will wait for you. Munran. Maybe the damned artisan. Another idea for a brief belief rift could be the traditionists are wary of others harnessing lightning. That's actually it could be one of the reasons. Because what I think we need to do is once we pick our 9 gods that are going to be worshipped by the traditionalists, we can figure out where we need to pick 9 gods that there is a direct conflict with what the new people believe and what the old people believe. Because they can still have all the other gods, but they may all agree with those other gods. But I want to identify 9 that would be 9 that they don't agree on. And going back to Munran, you could also go to Pierce Johnson and the Olympians route, where the old gods adapt to cover more modern things like Hermes and Male. That's similar to what American Gods does. Is they do a little bit of both, but there are newer gods, but they're all little like younger gods. Akakira, thank you very much for the follow. So I think that they handled it really well, is because it also is funny. That damn artisan, thank you very much for the follow. That's also they do really well in American Gods, in that the old gods are just like, they kind of look down on the new gods, or they just think of them as pests. But the one thing they did is the new gods in that show are all younger, a lot younger. They basically portray them as almost teenagers, maybe from 15 to like 22 or something like that. But I find that way of looking at it pretty fascinating. But yeah, but if we can find 9 gods in there where the steampunk side has rejected them as gods, and the traditionalists are elevating them as gods, or still following them as gods. We can have all the other gods too, and they can do stuff with those other gods. But there's 9 reasons why they're different. Except for the world, he was like a young salesman. Okay. Except for the world, he was like a young. Gotcha. I never seen American Gods before, which is good to know. Yeah, when the younger gods come on American Gods, the older gods just roll their eyes and do all kinds of stuff. It's pretty funny. They don't give them, the newer gods don't get a lot of respect, but they keep trying. So you got to give them credit. The original 9 Norse gods needs to be double checked. Should be Odin, Thor, Loki, Freya, Freyr, Nordora, Kai, Himmel, Frigg. Okay, so let me look up who these people are. Excuse me, who these gods are. Okay, Odin I know, Thor I know, Loki I know, obviously. Freya is down here. And Freya is also sometimes confused with Frigg, but they're not the same person. Because Freya's more warlike, and Frigg is Odin's wife. She's more about hearth and family and blah, blah, blah. And then we have Hem. He's here. The Watchman of the Gods, Guardian of the Bifrost Bridge. Okay, so yeah, I remember him from Thor. The God of Surveillance. Yeah, because even with Hemdale, we could do a thing where the steampunk ones reject Hemdale because they think that Hemdale is keeping the portal closed from them. That could be a way to look at it. No, I haven't seen the Loki show on Disney. Try Keeper of Laws and Justice, the God of War, Courage, and Duels. So I'm looking up just quick who some of the gods are on your list there, Sparta. The god of the sea, winds, wealth, fishing. Former husband of Skadi. Father of Freya and Frey. Okay, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. believe that's only 8. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 9. Yeah, we can work with that to begin with. If we can start with those. We can still have mentions of the others, so like all the others, as things go by and as we're writing dialogue and stuff like that. But these are the we can use these 9 as the thing that separated the two groups, because we still want threads connecting them to each other. The Loki show. Okay, I haven't seen that. What about Trey, the war god? Trey, keeper of the laws and justice. Well, because they can reject Trey, because they can say that because Hemdale won't open the portal to them, they're not beholden to the laws and justice, the laws of the Viking world. And so that gives them the excuse to go out and do the steampunk stuff and build machinery and things like that fight for them so they don't have to fight. Freya did claim half of the fallen souls. Maybe that's where the portal comes from. She takes them to, maybe, rather than Valhalla. Huh. Maybe that's why there's great uncle is so mad. You were taken to the wrong afterlife. Funny. They could believe that. Yeah, Disney and mythology, I don't think would mix, because they want to, for lack of a better way to put it, they want to Disneyfy that that's the mythology. I got to tell you guys, I really love these discussions, in all honesty. Yeah, they wouldn't know where they're taken. Valkyries do what they're told. Sometimes. Yeah, so we have, one thing we've learned today is we have a lot of homework. A lot. You know, I do have the book and do have a lot of reading to do. You know, Disney is a god. I got news for you. I'm surprised that American Gods didn't make a Disney god. But when you're doing game development, these are the conversations that go on. These are you sit in a room and you hash it out and you throw ideas up and you do all those things. You know, we got to this point because you guys are interacting and talking and throwing ideas out and all that, which is how game dev works. That's how I've always enjoyed it. One of the first things when we used to do stuff way back in the beginning, when we were Silicon and Synapse and stuff, it was literally we'd sit in the middle of the big area on the floor playing Magic, talking about different ideas for the game and stuff like that. And we'd just keep throwing stuff out. Some of it stays, some of it didn't. I don't know if they finished American Gods or not. I haven't watched all of them yet. I've gotten to the point where is it? Wednesday just, geez, I don't even remember what the last episode was. I know that the leprechaun was still having trouble with the zombie girl, but I think they had reached a head on it, but I'm not sure. Is there a particular criteria for being taken to one or the other? I don't know. I mean, if he said Freya, I think. Then we need heal. She rules the underworld. I don't think we're getting rid of all the guards. All we're doing is we're picking 9 of them that the steampunk faction don't want to follow anymore. But all the other gods will still be there. All the other gods will still be followed. The dude is pinned to the tree is where I left off. What? Oh, okay. Yes, in American Gods. Yes, I understand now. Okay, yes. It took me a minute. Like, whoa. I only watched the first season of American Gods. It gets weirder. Second season does get quite a bit weirder. You know? Another one that Gaiman did that I liked was Sandman on, I forget what channel it was on. It was on one of the cable channels, but Sandman was very interesting. Weird look, all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Hmm. Held this message. No, that one could be allowed. Sparta, you're always pushing it. It didn't like the "you must die" comment, even though you should have. We're good with it because it's in context. Okay, so this is our little world, and there's going to be some changes, and we're gonna get there. It'll be okay. So this now will change to. I'm assuming what we might want to do is do a Stonehenge type structure where the gods are worshipped, and then our character can go there to discuss things with them and learn stuff. But I would like to have some kind of a statue or something that can be broken that they have to fix to get that god to talk to them. I don't know what blocked that one, but I'm assuming excessive attack and death. Yes. The actual thing that it pointed out was the "you must die." Everything else it seemed perfectly happy with, but when you use the term "you must die," that, even though true to the context of the conversation in regards to the gods, it was out of context to the bot. So maybe I need to read up on the realm entirely. Maybe. I know I do. Good idea with the cracked statues. Yeah, that was the original idea, even for the ancestors, is their statues were broken. In fact, we can even do it now. Is that we could say that the some of the followers of the uncle who worked directly in the mines, which is his most loyal people, when they kidnapped Granddad, they also broke up the ancestor statues. And the way we had it set up before is when some of the first quests our character gets is to go and find the parts for each statue. And as he rebuilds each statue and bring the parts back and puts the statues back together, then the spirit would come up and give him advice and give him a new power. If we do the same things with the gods, is that now we're talking about 9 gods instead of 9 ancestors, then the altars can still be broken, and then he has to go and find the pieces for each altar to bring that god back to their realm. So, because that was what was holding them, keeping them to the mortal realm. Yeah. Okay, so the statues are like conduits to the mortal realm. Yes. In fact, what we have is, even in this picture, you can see this. We had the statues, and then in the middle we had the a fountain, which is where the water was representing a fountain. And the fountain was how your character talked to your ancestors, to his ancestors, because he would. The fountain is a spirit medium, a spirit conduit. You know, we can do the same thing with the gods. Is that the gods, the spirit conduit to Haroku, thank you very much for the follow. That's awesome. So the gods can do the same thing. Is that they can, if they talk directly to him, he would blow up. So we could do it to where we'd say they have to go through the conduit to talk directly to our character. Pastel Pain, thank you very much for the follow. So something like that could be kind of cool. Well, I like the idea of an item, but I think that the statue itself has to be completely formed back before even a magic item or something is placed in it. You have to go and find those pieces, because we also have to think about the fact it is still a game and you still have to go and do things. And I'm a big proponent of, like I said before, about Maslow's human drives. Is this comes into the gathering part of those drives? Is we are gatherers by nature, and I want him to be able to go out and gather things that will improve stuff, that will make these things possible. He can't just, okay, I have the amulet, I put the amulet on it. I don't think that's good enough. I think that's kind of a cheap, quick way out. We want him to have to actually work and collect things for it. I think I'd head too far. It'd be really sleepy after a year life of fighting plus cat drawn carriages as my afterlife drive sounds awesome. Okay. It could be that they destroyed the statues while trying to study the ruin work on them so they can implement it to their war machines. But Granddad walked in, a fight ensued, and they figured, we'll take him. Might as well take him and make him tell us how to make the ruins, or how to make the ruins work. It can also be a reason why they, and I'll have to check this with mythology, but is there a ruin that represents each individual god? I don't know if there is, but I'm assuming that there must be something that represents each god from a Viking artistic standpoint. Yeah, exactly. Another one is God. What is that game that? God, I keep losing the name. Animal Crossing is another one where you're collecting stuff all the time. It was a big proponent of that kind of thing. It just kind of worked, where you would, even in the beginning when you go from your SNES and you would hook up your handheld, and then you could go out on the island, get coconuts and bring them back and grow coconuts. Things like that are just great for me. I love that kind of stuff. I'm a big proponent of collecting, which is one of the Maslow's drives. And it gives you a huge sense of accomplishment. You're absolutely right. And as each god becomes all powerful, when you get all of them, then obviously as part of winning the game is to get all of them put back together and learn everything from them, and then go and get Granddad back from his brother, But is there a graphic symbol that can be similar to a ruin, or that represents each of the gods? The idea with collecting parts reminds me of Samir, the immortal pig that fed all in Valhalla. He got killed every night and eaten, but they collected all the bones, put them on his pelt. The next morning he revived. Pretty bleak. That reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hello, may I interest you in one of my ribs? Where the food comes out and talks to you before you're served. You can check the 2 sites of Nordic lore Nordic ruins I found on shared. Okay, cool. So yes, in a way, just like how in our language we have the ruins. Yeah, okay. So it spells out Odin. Maybe that's part of it. You got to put the ruins back to spell their names. That also gives maybe a dimension to some have one, some have three, some have five, you know. Is the mind going to be sealed by the mysterious power, or is everything just going to be strong? The mine is pretty much going to be protected by the uncle's minions. So we have to talk about that. We haven't spent any time talking about the mines at all since we did the maps for them a long time ago. It's just that's where a lot of people are loyal to the mine because that's where they work, you know, and that's where what keeps roofs over their heads. But we haven't talked into what they even mine there. Could be coal, could be just about anything. But because we're in another dimension, it literally can be just about anything. But what I would like to do is it has a main thing that you mine there. But every now and then there's a very special mineral or something that does things differently. Sorry about the zombie, didn't know it was coming. Uh, Devil King, I think you're half right. I think that there's going to be certain puzzles inside the mine that you're going to need many of the abilities that you get from the statues. I don't think you need all statues together before going into the mine. I think you need all statues together before going against the uncle. But maybe not the mine. The mine may be that you only need you we set it up to where you need like the first 4 or something, and then you can only go like if we have a 16 level mine, you can go through the first 2 levels with the first 4, then the next 2 levels can be with the first 6, that kind of thing, where we break that up. Why would you make it calcium carbide? Calcium carbide. We'll wait for the zombie to pass so that we can look at that. And I would like to understand why. Okay, now that the zombie has passed, Brownman, um, or Bauman Ruto, why would you make it calcium carbide? You could make the minerals they mine be named after the gods. Example, copper could be. Maybe. We could mine a type of mithril that is used for the town's machines. Maybe. It would be interesting to, if we took that and we combined it with what Sparta just said, name the minerals after gods. And it could be the gods that the steampunk guys hold in high regard. But I do like the idea that there is a rare mineral that they do mine that makes everything they're doing possible. from a standpoint of the steampunk side of things. That's close to another idea we had about the alphabet made out of periodic table. Yes, that's what we had talked about a couple weeks ago. In fact, I still have it on the list. Is the alphabet, or last week, is the alphabet on the periodic table, and then we associate the periodic things on the periodic tables to other gods. That could be very interesting. That's a very interesting thought. Was it 2 or 3 days? It just seems like forever ago to me. That sleep that I had to take yesterday, I literally went to sleep literally right after the show yesterday because I was absolutely exhausted. And I did not wake up until this morning when my alarm went off. So I slept 14 hours. So I was really tired. Well, we could mine some type of ore that can be melted down to form a liquid that is used to power machines, maybe? Yeah, it's always great to have those kind of sessions where you're trying different things and talking about different things. "14 hours of good sleep, however, my body's not used to that." I am a 6 or 7 hour guy forever. It's very rare that I sleep that long. However, I did not sleep the night before. So it was my body saying, "Stop, you have to do this now." But don't feel obligated to be here for us. If you're not feeling up to. No, today I'm fine. Yesterday I was a wreck. Yeah. Technically, your body can't play catch up. It's just it needed rest. I know if we don't use them now, I might some of these ideas later. Yeah. Sleep debt, laugh out loud. Okay, let's see. What is it? We're half past the hour almost. So we'll be finishing this up here in a couple minutes and going on to our next thing. I am on a 48-10 sleep schedule. Yeah, they do that with firemen too, I think. Firemen and policemen. I don't know about policemen, but I know they do that with firemen where you have a weird clock. Yeah, having creative conversations are great, and it's okay if these things appear somewhere else or anything like that. We're if I didn't want people to know what we were talking about, we would be doing this a different way. But I want to make sure that people know. Look, you know what? This is how good game development happens. Is you have these conversations, you talk about stuff. You listen to all the ideas, good, bad, indifferent, doesn't matter. You need to listen to them all. And if you don't, then you're just wasting your own time. And it's not worth doing. So keep that in mind. Now we're not, because this probably will not be a released product. I'm pretty sure it won't be, but it's not like we're trying to keep secrets here. It just is what it is. So yeah, we can go and talk to people's. I cut hair. I make clothes. Everybody has their little sign. Clothing. Bakery. Oh, missed him. I'm Greg, the baker. I am Todd the Butcher. Yeah, so we have characters that we can build tests with and stuff like that. So as we don't really have to change their art for right now. We just can start talking about the different things as we come up with different ideas. Does it matter if it's going to be released product? I feel we are all having fun, and it matters for this reason. Great Uncle Ann is it matters because if we do make something that can be released, I want to make sure I have a list of everybody that contributed so that we can do something for them. You see what I mean? Right now, it's just we're throwing ideas up and we're making a quick thing and seeing from there. But if it turns into something that is releasable, then it's very, very important that we keep um, uh, uh, lists of everybody that's been involved, everybody that's made it, and then if there's possibly if there's any profits at all, then they can have some compensation. I'm not guaranteeing that because I don't know if what we're going to finish is going to be releasable. So we will see. If nothing else, if people just come and hang out and we come with a bunch of ideas and make something that is something that we all can play, because you guys, what I will do is make sure that whatever our final is, everybody will get a copy of it, just so they can have it, because I think that it's something that can be used for portfolio stuff and things like that. I'm already saving for the demo. Jeez. If there is ever a demo, it will be free. By the way, you still got unexplored concepts in the thing I sent you. Yes, I have not been able to, like I said, last night, it's just been a very busy week. There's a lot going on in my private life that I'm trying to work through as well. So, as I sent you with a mirror rework, you'll be able to use the new stuff in there as a second village populated by Grandpa's faction. Cool. Buy the demo. The demo. Got it. Funny. Paid demo, not a paid demo. The only pay on the demo right now is everybody's input. I already got 3 kidneys in the freezer for the demo. Funny. God, he's learning from his son. The demo is going to cost an arm and a leg. We are not going to get into this kind of discussion. Only one of them is yours. Cute. You don't know that. You may have taken the full route and had both kidneys removed and now is on dialysis for the rest of his life. What is that? If we get to a demo stage, we will have a party. Okay. I'll agree with that. No, but anything that anybody helps, I'm gonna be very open with what they did. It's just the way I am. I think I've showed that. I may not be perfect at it, but I do try to keep track of everything. There have been a lot of people helping today, so I will have to go back through the chat and get a list of names and stuff like that, just so I have them, so that we can make sure that, because I don't have a credit on this section of our show yet. So I do need to build a credit screen just for it, which I think is a great idea anyway. And then we can run credits when we first come in. And I think that would be good for a start. But right now I'll keep it to, it'll definitely be easy because I can go to the concept art section and pull names from there. Oh, there's a concept art chat now. Cool. Oh, wait, submission and chat. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Savvy. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's also a chat. Cool. Hmm. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I have not seen any of that. 162 answers. Cool. Cool beans. You have been busy. I can see that. You are always busy. You're always doing some cool stuff too. I have to give you huge credit for that. 15 questions. Okay, I will have to go through these and probably answer them tomorrow. Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot. So I will go through those. Let's see, we are going to, oh, we're late actually. All right, let us close up the game dev for now. We're going to go to just me. And what we usually do for those of you that are new is when we first started, we wanted to raid people, but I wanted to make sure that we were doing it in a good way so that we're not raiding the same people over and over and over again, meaning like every other day raiding someone again. So we actually have a system of voting for who we raid. And so we do have a raid voting system, which I will put up here in a second. I need to make sure that the screen is working. Make sure it has the right thing. It does not have the right thing. So let's go and get the right page. Okay, and make sure it's the right size. It is close. And scoot that over. Okay. All good? No, covering names. Okay, so the first thing we do, let me come back to you guys now because I have to get out of stream mode. Yes, we have a raid democracy. Or as close as we can have. We basically what it is we see who's online and then we vote on who we're going to raid today for the end of the show. It's a silly thing, but it's something I like. Now, one of the things that we do is if we raid you today, we cannot raid you again for 14 days, which also gives other people who are on the list a chance to be raided, which is what our goal is. We want to make sure that there's more opportunities for people that wouldn't normally get it because, say, Ferret Software wins every single day, so nobody else ever gets a chance. So we came up with this system. And basically the first thing we do, let me go to the page, is we have our raid list. And these are all the people, everybody on the raid list were people that people in our community suggested us to raid. They said, we should raid this person. And if you go to the Discord, there's a page for raids and everybody's name was submitted. Now, first thing we do is we check to see anybody's come out of quarantine. So yes, R3D Velvet, we raided them 15 days ago. So they are no longer in quarantine. So we can take them out of quarantine, which means that if they're live right now, they are eligible to be raided. So let me go over here to okay, bump it up, come on. We want Twitch. There you is. Let's see who's online. So the first thing we do is we say who's online right now. And these are the people that we would be voting for when it comes time. So like Vidal. Oh, why is the page not moving? Okay, I made it too big, I think. Hang on a minute. Okay. I want to make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. My page has frozen. What goes? Okay, well, we're going to have to close that and open it back up. So give me just a second. Why are you crashing? XL is crashing, a bad crash. I hate when it crashes and doesn't put something up. It says, this is why I'm crashing. Come on. Okay, we're going to have to hard close them all. Close all windows on XL. It usually goes much smoother than this. Okay, that wasn't doing it. Let's go up here. Boop, 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 XL. And task. We have now crashed out XL. Now we reload it. We need just raids. Looks like everything is still good. Let's see. Yep, right back where we were. So let us open up our window again, see how much of it is actually visible. There we go. Including the crashes. So yes, we can see them all. Let me close that. Nope, it's not going to let me do that. I still need to save it. We'll just close it. We'll just keep it open for now. It's no big deal. All right, so back to what I was saying. Who is online again? All right, Vidal down here is online. See if we can get through it this time. I'm going to leave that up because I want to make sure that I don't lose the stuff from other things. Insum is still, I believe, in quarantine, yes. The Primogen will still be in quarantine, yes, because they were just the other day. RT Games, they are online. Admiral. Annie. Ezekiel. Yeah, so for you new people, these are all people that have been, Ferret Software still in quarantine, that have been suggested by our community as people that we should raid. And then we just vote on them each day. And Freya, which should be, I believe she is in, she should be in quarantine. Yeah, she's down here though. She's down here on this list. Yeah, she's in quarantine because we raided her this week. Psychohypnotic. In quarantine. Pizza Girl. There she is. Open the list up for the rest of them so we can see all of them. Lana Lux is in in quarantine still. Yeah. Furball Farm. Think of your alphabet, son. Will do. Furball Farm. CJ. Okay. Q Bunny. Cleesmend. Mia BC. Oh, she's up here. Or they're up here. Don't know if it's a she or not, sorry. And then Chipmunks, which I believe Chipmunks have come out of quarantine. Yes, they have. Okay, so today we have 12, which means we're going to do 3 rounds of voting. 4, 4, and 4. So let me get that set up for the first run, for the first vote. New poll, round 1. And of course, we'll wait till after. But let's get the first 4 set up here while we're waiting. Admiral, Annie, Paulus Ninja, thank you very much for the follow. Chipmunk and CJ. Those are our first 4, and we'll wait for the zombie raid to be over, but let me mark them real quick so that I know that I've put them in the list already, or they've been voted on already. That's what that button's for. Welcome new yearlings. They're easier. Yeah, we tried last week. We tried an experiment where we had everybody on one big list, and it just didn't feel right, in all honesty. You know, I kind of like the rounds thing because it gives more opportunity to the people that wouldn't normally be voted on, or to have a chance to be voted on. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, so those will be the first 4 that we will vote on. I know that the votes do come in during the ads, but with new people in, I'd like to just wait when the ads isn't running while to start the votes, just for today, and then hopefully they'll be used to it by that time. But we definitely have a better way to do it now. Just waiting for the zombie to get over it. Get over it, zombie. Close that. All right. So here comes the first vote of the first 4. So here we go. And here is the first vote. Let me view results so that I can put them in the list over here. For our first 4 people, we got 1. We got another 1. Yeah, chipmunks are always very popular. I don't know if you've ever seen, if those of you that are new, if you've never seen the chipmunks, they're pretty good. Boop, boop, boop. 3 and 3 and 1. 6. 4. 1461. 1461. 1462. 7. Okay, 1472. Correct, correct, correct. We're about halfway through the first vote. Pastel Paint, thank you very much for the compliment. You know, we're trying something new, and we're trying good things for everybody. We'll see how it turns out. You know, it's not I'm not going to jump through hoops, but we are going to kind of give you guys an idea of what it's actually like to be in a good team and create a game together. You know. 1472. The vote is almost over for round 1. Mm-hmm, 1472 and seconds left. Okay, that is our first round. That is done. Let's go to our second round. New poll, round 2. And who is in round 2? Let's see, CJ. CJ is round 2. Ezekiel is in round 2. Furball Farms is in round 2. And MC. Me, BC. Me, BC. Okay, here comes round 2. There you go, guys. Let me mark them off the list here, that I know that they've been voted on. Oh, that's weird. Why is it? Interesting. That one broken too? Yep. It's crashing again. Damn you! Why are you crashing? Why are you crashing? You don't crash every day. You don't do this to me. Why are you doing this? Ah, damn it. Okay, let's close some stuff here. Maybe we just have too many things open. We need that. We need that. This open still? No, this is not open anymore. Not open. Not open. Not open. We can close that down. Yeah, we didn't change anything, so that's okay. Why you crash? Don't crash. Yep. Why is XL being a pain today? Okay. I can't even get up to see what the... Because we deleted the votes. I don't want to lose the votes. Notepad. We're going to have to do the votes by hand. Okay. Where's my pencil box? Ah, how did it get way over there? Always needed a good pencil. Okay. You're coming with me. Okay. So we had a 7. Let me get these ones all down. Furball equals 8. Mia. EC equals 3. Ezekiel equals 2, and CJ 1. Now I need to go back to yeah, this is the first time this has crashed on us. This is really, really bizarre to me. Should not have crashed. So let's go back to, let's see what we can do here. What happens if we, well, that won't even work. Nothing over there works. Now it's gone completely blank. Now I'm going to have to chase down why it's being this way. Let's go end task. And we'll pull it back up again. This has not been a problem in the past. Let's see. Let's open up this one, see. Come on. Okay, so we got our numbers back. Let me write them down real quick just in case. Admiral is 1. Annie is 4. Chipmunks are 7. At least we have our original numbers, which is so CJ is 2. Okay, let's see if we can put the other ones in without it being a mess. So oh, it looks like it took them. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So yeah, it did save that. So that's a good thing. CJ was in the first group. How was CJ in both groups? I don't think CJ was in both groups. Maybe I screwed up and put him in both groups. I actually did. That's not good. That's part of the problem. I'm brain dead. So Ezekiel got 2. This usually goes smoother than this, just saying. Furball got 8. And let's see what's down here. Mia got 3. Princess We haven't done princess yet, so these are the top ones up here. So we should have furball should be 8. Mia. Okay, yeah, I think we're good now. I think we're in the right one. If we have 5, then we'll just put all 5. It just means that we're missing some for those. Yeah, I think I put CJ in there twice, but they got less each time. So let me do a save real quick so that we save that. Yeah, make it a different number. And we will fix it later. Okay. So we'll just put the last 5 in for the next round here, and then we should be able to vote. Yeah, we have enough room to vote all 5. So we have all of the totals correct. We'll do a round 3, and then we should be able to do our final vote. Technology. It's a wonderful thing. If you don't believe it, just ask it. Q Bunny. RT Game. Vidal. And Gleesmond. I think that's all for today. Yeah, that covers everybody that is online today. Here you go. There's round 3. Hopefully we'll get through it without too many problems. Now hopefully this will work now. Yes. Nope, it's already crashed out. Yep. What's funny is it is actually half working and half not. So if we end task and then reload it, let's see what happens. X. Okay, so for some reason, my code is confusing it. Very interesting. Yeah, nothing's working now. That's okay. As long as we can get the top 5, we should be okay. Because that's all we really need. I just won't put any marks in it is all. I should be able to scroll up and get the top 5. We're almost done with the vote. We're on everything here. We have an 8, we have a 7, we have a 4, we have a 7 over there, and a 9. So yeah, I think we can get the top 5 without me having to put anything on this screen. Then we can do our top 5 vote, and we will start putting together. So we have Vidal, Pizza Girl and Vidal, plus Chipmunks, Furball. Okay, so that's 4. Oh, Furball, Chipmunks. How many 4s do we have over here? No 4s over here. And then just the 1 4. So yeah, okay. So Vidal and Princess. Let's build this new one. And we have, from top to bottom, we have a 7. Well, 8 is actually the top one, so that'll go first. Top for Furball, then Chipmunks. And then we have another 7 over here, which is a 9 actually, which is Vidal is 9. It usually runs so much smoother than this. We have a 7, which is Princess Pizza Princess. And then our final one is, let's see, if there's anything above a 4 here. No, then it's 3 of us. So then our 4 is our final one. Okay, Annie. Annie is 4. So then I'll have to go and figure out what happened to our spreadsheet. Here is our final poll for our raid today. Let's see what it gives us. And we will leave the Excel sheet behind now and figure out what happened later. But it looks like the second I fill in the square for some reason, oh, now it's working, but now it won't, right? No. Look at that. Now it's working again. I don't understand what the problem was. I'm sure it's going to lock up again, but yeah, see, it's just locked up again. It's as soon as I move the arrows. Okay, who's winning over here? Right now, Annie is in the lead with 6. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat while that was going on. She's a princess. Hello, Blaze. You know, that's one thing we have to learn to kind of deal with. Technical issues happen, and you work around them, and then you move on. It's about all you can do. Okay, so Annie is in the lead. Chipmunks is second. Vidal is third. Pizza Princess is fourth. And Furball Farms is 5th right now. We're coming up on the last 10 seconds or so. Okay, looks like Annie has won today. So let us, God, I wish I could, can I? I don't think it's going to let me put, nope, it's not going to let me do anything. So I have to make sure that I put Annie down as, so she's in, so she's in quarantine when we come back tomorrow. Annie won, so I can put her in quarantine. And then let's go back to our table here. And let's jump to our first room. So, oh, wait, I forgot. I need this. Oh, I need to restart it again, don't I? Let's try this. Okay, that gave me a big blank screen. That can't help. Back to here. Kill it again. End task. Start it up again so I can get the code. Just need to grab Annie's code. Got Annie's code. Alrighty, so we're going to be saying goodbye here in a second. So I'm going to send. We're going to build the raid for Annie. I will see you guys in about 18 hours and 57 minutes and 0 seconds. So let's build the raid. Raid is building 1, 20, 43, 60, 78, 94, 100, 104, 106, 106, 107, 108. Okay, thanks everybody. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys today and talking through things. I hope that we can solidify a lot of the ideas that we had today and that we can move forward again tomorrow. Once again, this weekend I will be putting together a more formal schedule to actually meet what we need. You guys have a good evening, and I will talk to you all tomorrow. And raid away. Go please, raid. Have fun. Stop the